Of our national anthem today, led by the Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Ready? O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last month the St. Albert District Chamber of Commerce held its annual Small Business Week, highlighting and celebrating the nearly 1,000 small and medium-sized businesses that generate economic growth and create jobs in and around St. Albert. The highlight of this annual week was the Small Business Awards of Distinction. At this formal awards ceremony, nominees are recognized and awards presented in numerous categories, including marketing, outstanding customer service, the young entrepreneur, and community leadership. And the highlight of the evening is the Chairman's Award, chosen by the Chairman of the Chamber of Commerce based on overall excellence in the business operation, plus exemplary community engagement. The winner of the 2014 Chairman's Award was Team Chason for McDonald's Restaurants of St. Albert. Rob and Karen Chason were recognized for their tireless advocacy on behalf of employers who are experiencing acute labour shortages as a result of Alberta's hot economy and tight labour market. I would like to personally congratulate all of St. Albert and area businesses for their economic activity and the jobs they create, and the St. Albert Chamber of Commerce for recognizing them through a very successful Small Business Week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, can you imagine the dedication needed to remain employed with one company for 39 years? And can you imagine how lucky that company would be to have someone who's both dedicated and success-driven for that length of time? Such as my friend George Roach, who has just retired after 39 years with the Royal Bank. George served in many divisions of the bank and is well recognized for leaving the achievement bar far higher than when he arrived. George Roach was a born banker and a leader. He was continually recognized by the bank for his successes, greatly admired by everyone who worked for him, and trusted and respected by his clients. George, may you and Margie enjoy every moment of your well-earned retirement. Spend lots of time with your family and friends. May all your shots end up on the short grass, and always keep a real good scotch well within reach. Enjoy, my friend.
Monsieur le Président, en ce
Mr. Speaker, November 19th, today I would like to underscore the World Day of Prevention of Child Abuse. We seek to underscore the sources of this abuse and put in place prevention programs. This was launched in 2000 based on the principle that the government and societal organizations must play an active role in promoting and respecting the rights of children. Violence affects everyone, Mr. Speaker, not only in family homes, but as well in schools, communities, and establishments. Children and young people are more vulnerable than anyone else to forms of violence, whether it be sexual, psychological, or physical. The increase of preventive measures and better protection techniques and awareness raising are effective ways of addressing this problem. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues on both sides of this House to underscore this important day, but also to ensure that we do everything in our power to prevent child abuse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to acknowledge and commend the stellar fundraising effort of Radio Red FM's station in Calgary Northeast and Surrey this November 6 for raising $1.6 million in one day.
Wow.
During the fundraising radiothon, the Indo-Canadian community of Calgary Northeast and other Calgarians donated over $870,000 to Peter Lougheed Hospital for premature babies and neonatal care.
Outstanding.
The Surrey Radiothon raised around $725,000 for acute stroke care at the Surrey Memorial Hospital. A big thanks to the donors for their open-hearted generosity. The entire staff and management at Red FM Radio did a fantastic job of reaching out to donors. Congratulations goes specifically to President Kulvinder Sanghera, Manager Vijay Samuel, Calgary News Director Rishi Nagar, and the Surrey News Director Harjinder Thind. Well done, Red FM Radio. Keep up the good work.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
When I awoke before the dawn, amid their sleep, I heard my sons weep and ask for bread. That's Dante's description of hell. And that hell of starving children is what Stalin and his regime created in Ukraine in 1932 and 1933. This Holodomor was a deliberate genocide designed to break the Ukrainian nation and to impose collectivization on a farming society renowned for its industriousness and powerful sense of community. One of the horrors of the Holodomor is that Moscow flatly denied its murderous campaign. Far too many people, for far too long, believed that lie. Walter Duranty, the New York Times journalist who won a Pulitzer Prize for his reporting from the Soviet Union, wrote, "Conditions are bad, but there is no famine. To put it brutally, you can't make an omelet without breaking eggs." Today, we are again hearing Orwellian doublespeak from a Kremlin which has invaded Ukraine. That makes it doubly important for this House to recognize today the Holodomor as an act of genocide and to remember its victims. Vichna yim pamyat.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Speaker, yesterday in Jerusalem during the morning prayer service, 5 Israelis were killed and 8 others were injured, including a Canadian dual citizen, in a brazen terrorist attack at a synagogue in Jerusalem. According to witnesses, the terrorists attacked the synagogue with knives, meat cleavers, and guns and attacked worshippers. The attackers were subsequently killed in a shootout with police. The terrorists were identified as members of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. This incident is the latest in a series of terrorist attacks perpetrated against Israelis in recent weeks. Cars have been used as weapons and some have been stabbed on street corners. In total, 6 people have been murdered in these cowardly attacks in Israel. Canada has condemned these terrorist acts in the strongest possible terms. As our Minister of Foreign Affairs stated, quote, "Attacks on innocent worshippers in what is supposed to be a place of peace and tranquility are cowardly and must not be tolerated." End of quote. On behalf of all Canadians, our government offers our deepest heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of the victims. Let me be clear. Canada stands with the people of Israel.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remind the House that November is Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month. I want all of us to applaud the important ongoing work done by the National Pancreatic Cancer Canada Foundation in raising public awareness and supporting vital research efforts to end the scourge of Canada's most lethal of cancers. pancreatic cancer claims 4,300 Canadian lives every year. Sadly, its mortality rate is 3 out of 4, with a 5-year survival rate of only 6%. In spite of these tragic statistics, pancreatic cancer research receives less than 1% of all cancer research dollars. One of the truly devastating aspects of this disease is that less than 15% of patients are diagnosed early enough to save lives. We need to tell all Canadians, especially our families and friends, that early detection saves lives. I urge all members to support the good work of the Foundation by raising awareness in their ridings. We can become advocates for more significant and sustained government investment in research and to find an early detection test and more effective treatment methodology.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Local governments across the province of BC held elections this past weekend. I'd like to thank all individuals who put their name forward to run for public office. In Lake Country, congratulations to Mayor James Baker on his re-election and to his new council. In the City of Kelowna, congratulations to new Mayor Colin Basran and the 4 incumbent and 4 new councillors. I look forward to working with all of you to make the communities of Kelowna and Lake Country a safer, better, and stronger place for all. Special thanks to Sharon Shepherd, Jerry Zimmerman, Andre Blondel, and Robert Hobson for your years of community service. Last but not least, I wish to pay special tribute to retiring Mayor Walter Gray, 2-term councillor and 4-term as Mayor of Kelowna, a true believer in cooperation and partnership. Your infectious energy, enthusiasm, and great sense of humor brought people together and brought out the best in all of us. You saw the great potential in our city and the value in investing in its future, and you never failed to give credit to your staff and council for a job well done. May you now find the time to enjoy your #1 priority, your family. I wish you and your wonderful wife, Doreen, and of course your dog, Snowball, nothing but the best. Enjoy the journey ahead, my friend. God bless.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
ALS is a deadly and degenerative disease. The summer of 2014 will be known as the summer of the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge. Absolutely. ALS societies across Canada are pleased to announce that the Ice Bucket Challenge in Canada raised $16.2 million. Thanks to the generosity of more than 250,000 Canadians. This represents a record amount for ALS donations. ALS societies will invest $10 million in research and $6 million into programs to support those living with ALS. I was pleased this morning to announce that through Brain Canada, we will be matching dollar for dollar the research partnership dollars, bringing the total amount invested into ALS research to $20 million. On behalf of the Government of Canada, I'd like to thank all Canadians who participated in the Ice Bucket Challenge this year.
Excellent. The honourable member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, this summer over 260,000 Canadians participated in the ALS Canada Ice Bucket Challenge, raising an astonishing $16 million. The icy plunge was taken by many politicians, including the leader of the NDP, while I had to endure a marathon ice water dumping to help raise funds that was supported by the new Hot 93.5 in Sudbury. However, Mr. Speaker, ALS remains incurable. Around 3,000 Canadians live with the disease. Sadly, thousands will die of it, while thousands more will be diagnosed. Des initiative comes
Initiatives like this one have a definite impact on the funding of research and treatment. The participation of tens of thousands of Canadians is a step in the right direction to achieving the ultimate goal to cure this terrible disease.
To all Canadian participants, and we applaud those at ALS Canada for raising awareness and money in hope of one day finding a cure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga.
Mr. Speaker, our new family tax cut will benefit every parent with children in Canada, including thousands of families in my riding of Mississauga-Streetsville. Our plan gives mom and dad up to $2,000 per child, and it benefits 100% of families with children. The NDP's plan only helps 10% of families. The Liberals have even said they will prioritize money in the hands of Ottawa bureaucrats, not Canadian families with children. Canadian parents will reject the Liberal Party's money grab. Mr. Speaker, after all, there are only two people who know what's best for their kids. That's mom and dad, and not the leader of the Liberal Party.
A new study from Statistics Canada confirms that we are still far from pay equity. This study followed women beginning in 1991 when they began their career and observed that after 20 years with the same level, these women earned between 36 and 48% less than men. For women with a bachelor's degree, this is a difference of $500,000 in salary over this period. This troubling study reminds us that we do not yet live in a fair society. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge my colleagues to support the NDP's bill seeking to implement the recommendations of the Pay Equity Task Force. We must remember that these recommendations were tabled in 2004 and that the Conservatives have relegated them to the shelf ever since. Enough is enough. It is high time to act.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Canadians know the Liberal leader will raise taxes and make life more difficult for families. Whether through a job-killing carbon tax or clawing back our Conservative government's new tax breaks for families, the Liberal leader promises a high-tax, high-debt agenda. Just yesterday, prospective Liberal candidate Bill Casey confirmed on ATV News his new party will both raise taxes and cut programs. Voters will see past Casey's stunt to further his own political agenda. Indeed, the people of Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley know that a Liberal government would resurrect the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry, introduce a carbon tax that will raise the price on everything, and add more debt that will destabilize our economy. Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley can count on our Conservative Member of Parliament and this Prime Minister to lower taxes, protect law-abiding hunters, and stand up for all Canadian families.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, every day more than 3 Canadians will die from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, more commonly known as ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease. Many of its victims are in the prime of their life, such as Bill Corbett, the former Clerk of the House, and my former Chief of Staff, Richard Wackett, from the Liberal Whip's office. We miss them dearly, as do many Canadians whose loved ones have succumbed to this disease. Today, ALS Canada is in Ottawa to announce the result of the Ice Bucket Challenge fundraiser in support of research. We've seen television personalities, politicians, athletes, and many other Canadians take up the challenge, including my own leader, the member from Papineau, who was very helpful in dumping a bucket of water over my head, and my colleague from Charlottetown's head. I know many MPs in this House have also had water dumped over their heads to raise awareness and funds to fight this disease. On behalf of my Liberal colleagues, and indeed all of us in the House, I congratulate ALS Canada for a job well done. And Mr. Speaker, I congratulate you for hosting the dedicated group of Canadians today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, did you know our Conservative government has cut taxes not once, not twice, but a whopping 180 times? We are now in a position to deliver even further tax relief to Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, thanks to our family tax cut, every family with children in Canada will stand to benefit. That includes the increase and expansion of the enhanced universal child care benefit to nearly $2,000 per year for every child under 6 and $720 per year for every child between 6 and 17, as well as the family tax cut. The vast majority of benefits will flow to low and middle income families. While we are giving back relief directly to families, the Liberals want to take that money away. Canadians can trust our Conservative government to lower their taxes. We won't hike taxes like the tax and spend Liberals.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Last night, Canada's largest province endorsed the NDP's affordable childcare plan. We congratulate Andrea Horwath and the Ontario NDP for getting the Legislative Assembly of Ontario to endorse our plan to create affordable and accessible childcare spaces at a cost of no more than $15 a day. Sadly, in the 9 years since the Prime Minister first promised to create 125,000 childcare spaces, Conservatives not only broke that promise, but under their watch, parents have seen childcare costs skyrocket. Shame. Meanwhile, federal Liberals spent 13 years in government making and breaking promises on childcare. The Leader of the NDP is ready to work with the provinces to make affordable, accessible childcare a reality, because only the NDP believes it is time to give parents a break. Affordable childcare is just one election away.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, our Conservative government recently fulfilled a promise to Canadian families by creating the family tax cut. Under this plan, the average Canadian family will save $1,200 per year. Wow. Yet it seems the Liberal candidate for Banff Airdrie does not trust Canadian families to spend their own money properly. Really? He believes that reducing taxes, allowing people to keep more of their own hard-earned money, is some sort of handout. Apparently, in his world, all money rightly belongs to the government, not to taxpayers. He goes on to complain that if people are allowed to make their own decisions about how to spend their own hard-earned money, they will waste it. Of course, we all remember the previously insulting and condescending comments about beer and popcorn from the Liberals. Right. This clearly reflects the typical arrogant Liberal sentiment that they know better than parents how to raise their own children, and that Ottawa bureaucrats know better than hard-working Canadian taxpayers how to spend their own hard-earned money. Well, Canadians have a message for the Liberal Party. Get your hands off our wallets and let us make our own decisions about how to raise our children.
Questions Rao, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Ontario Provincial Parliament voted overwhelmingly in favour of the NDP's plan for quality, affordable, $15 a day childcare. What concrete action will the Prime Minister take to deliver on his solemn promise made 9 years ago to parents in Ontario and across Canada to create 125,000 childcare spaces?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the other night in Ontario, some Ontarians voted pretty overwhelmingly against the NDP. Put forward over the past 9 years plans to make life more affordable for all Canadian families. That has had very good effect across the board. Mr. Speaker, we're continuing to move forward on that, and we're pleased to see Canadians responding so positively.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier of Ontario has said that she'd like to meet with the Prime Minister to discuss how the provinces and territories can work with the federal government to deliver childcare spaces. Will the Prime Minister meet with the Premier of Ontario to discuss childcare?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have regular meetings with provinces and territories across the country. In fact, some 300 since I become Prime Minister. But, Mr. Speaker, we understand the province of Ontario has pretty significant challenges. The approach we're taking at our level, we've been able to balance the budget by lowering taxes and providing benefits to families. That's what the people of Ontario need.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. promised was 125,000 childcare spaces. He's delivered none. Le Québec est allé de...
Quebec has gone forward, as have Manitoba. And now Ontario is prepared to do so as well. So 65% of Canadians live in provinces that are in tune with affordable daycare spaces. But when is the federal government going to do its part? When will the Prime Minister take tangible steps to respect his own commitment formally made to Canadians to deliver 125,000 daycare spaces? He has delivered none until now. When will he begin that work? Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Leader, the NDP, is quite wrong, Mr. Speaker. We have given and we have promised taxpayers money, and we have put money in their pockets, taxpayers from Quebec and the rest of the country. The NDP wants to take this away from Quebecers. We are going to ensure that that money will land in their pockets. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Contrary to his promise, he's reducing it from 6% to 3%. Why has the Prime Minister broken his promise to Canadians?
They want to know.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government is transferring record amounts of money to the provinces for health care. Those 6% increases continuing exactly as scheduled. In the future, they will continue to increase by a minimum of 3%. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, most years much more than that. This government's record is unparalleled when it comes to supporting our health care system.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he can't escape what he said himself. During the last election campaign, he promised to maintain that at 6%, and he broke that promise as well. Right after the elections, indeed, he unilaterally announced, without any discussions, without debate, as is his habit, cuts up to $36 billion in funding for health transfers. And now that the Prime Minister claims that he has a budgetary surplus, why does he not first and foremost use that money to avoid cutting into our universal, accessible, and public health care system? Does he want to have a poor parent have to decide whether or not their child should be seen by a doctor?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been clear. It's quite different from what the NDP and the former Liberals government had supported in terms of cuts to the provinces for health care. We have increased those transfers every year. Those transfers will continue to increase in the future, and Mr. Speaker, our record is completely different from what's happened on the other side of the House, and it is without precedent.
Member for Papineau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night, the government said it would vote against transparency, citing the administrative burden. The Transparency Act will actually cut red tape and simplify the process. It ensures government information is available faster, in a less costly way, and in digital, not paper formats. Why does the Prime Minister oppose the modernization of our access to information system?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, it was this government that modernized the system by bringing some 70 agencies and organizations that were not previously under access to information, something opposed by the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party not only opposed that Accountability Act, it opposed union transparency, it opposed transparency for people living on First Nations reserves. Mr. Speaker, we have nothing to learn on transparency from the Liberal Party.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, the government promised Canadian municipalities that the Building Canada Infrastructure Fund projects would begin in time for the 2014 summer construction season. Well, that promise was broken, and the fund had its funding cut by 90%. Why borrow money for income-splitting tax breaks for the rich, but not invest in job-creating infrastructure?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, the facts laid out in that question are completely wrong. The government announced in the last two budgets the largest infrastructure program in Canadian history, some $70 billion over the next decade. The unfortunate reality, Mr. Speaker, is the Liberal Party voted against those infrastructure plans, and that's the difference. On this side, we're investing on infrastructure. On the other hand, all they want is tax hikes to pay bureaucracy.
The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, more than 1,300 people participated in the Je Vois Montréal Forum, and more than 200 proposals were presented to revitalize this city. Although the Premier Couillard and Minister Poitier were present, this Conservative government was once again missing in action for Quebecers. Will the Prime Minister tell us why his government refuses to be open to Montrealers' ideas? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm told that the Government of Canada was represented at that conference, and we're always interested in ideas, not only for cities, but for all regions in Canada. The Honourable Member for Holly-Elmer. 25 years ago, upon Ed Broadbent's initiative, the Canadian government promised to eradicate child poverty before the year 2000. 25 years of Liberal and Conservative government have led us to the failure we're all aware of. In Canada, 1 child out of 5 lives in poverty. Here, at home, the time to act is now. Rather than setting up tax policies that only benefit the rich, will the government finally take concrete steps to eliminate child poverty? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, obviously, all Canadians and all parties want to continue this fight, and we do hope to eliminate child poverty. But there is good news on this. The rate has significantly decreased. It's now, it was 18% under the Liberal government, and it's now 8%. So more than 700,000 fewer children live in poverty. UNICEF said that if Canada is doing better than other Western countries, it's because of the tax credits and federal initiatives for families and what they put in place to counter the effects of poverty.
Mr. Speaker, 25 years ago, this House unanimously adopted Ed Broadbent's motion to end child poverty in Canada by the year 2000. Yet child poverty levels have remained tragically high. That's an entire generation of children who have needlessly grown up in poverty. 1 in 5 Canadian children lives in poverty today. There's no excuse for such a wealthy country like ours to not look after our most vulnerable members, our children. Will the government commit to taking immediate action to eliminate poverty in Canada?
Yes, we will, and yes, we have already done so, Mr. Speaker. While we all continue to hope one day for the elimination of child poverty, the NDP refuses to recognize there has been progress made. In fact, the low-income rate for children has declined significantly from a peak of over 18% under the Liberal government to 8.5% currently, with over 700,000 fewer Canadian children living in low-income families. And Mr. Speaker, this is in part because of the enormous benefits created by this government for low-income families, which led UNICEF recently to say that if Canada is faring better than other Western countries in this regard, it's due to measures that are favourable to families like tax credits, fiscal measures and benefits that have maintained or put in place to counter the effects of the global crisis.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Rouge River.
Mr. Speaker, giving a huge tax break to the wealthiest families while completely ignoring the poorest families is not an answer to poverty. Mr. Speaker, that same UNICEF report is the one that is saying that 1 in 5 Canadian children lives in poverty today, and those children deserve better. Poverty impacts their ability to learn, to develop, to be healthy, to be fully integrated in their communities, and they need real action. My question to the Minister is, will the government support the NDP motion 534 to create a national plan to eliminate child poverty?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Yes, we will, Mr. Speaker, but unlike the NDP, we will take more than just rhetorical measures. We are taking real, concrete action. This is the government that cut the GST by 2 points while maintaining the low-income GST rebate at 7%, meaning a $1.1 billion benefit for low-income families. This is the government that's lifted 1 million low-income families off the tax rolls altogether. This is the government that introduced the universal child care benefit, which provides now, next year, over $1,900 for each family. That means a single mom with 2 kids under the age of 6 will be receiving $3,800 in cash benefit that the NDP will take away.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the chair of the Social Security Tribunal confirmed that there are significant backlogs in the processing of files. 14,677 files are languishing on her desk. At that rate, just for the income security section alone, it will take 11 years to catch up. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker. For more than a year, Ms. Brazeau has regularly been asking the minister about the staff shortage at the tribunal, but the minister's asleep at the switch. Mr. Speaker, how can the minister have created such an administrative nightmare? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the fact that because of efficiencies in my department, we have reduced by 90% the number of appeals for EI. That means that 90% are dealt with by officials at the outset. So obviously for the Quebecers, the province of Quebec has their own appeal process for benefits and public pensions for the province that don't come under the Social Security Tribunal.
North Delta.
Yesterday, the chair of the Social Security Tribunal told the Human Resources Committee that she had been in continuous contact with the minister regarding the backlog. Yet for 18 months now, that backlog has continued to grow, while the tribunal has been understaffed and working without performance standards. More than 14,600 Canadians are now waiting for a hearing. All of this begs the question, why did the minister not take action sooner to address the enormous mess at the Social Security Tribunal?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, in fact, our ministry did take action by introducing a new approach towards reconsideration of EI refusals. So that happens now quickly by a public servant who remarkably actually picks up a phone and calls the person who has asked for a reconsideration and sorts out, often getting additional documentation, meaning that we're now resolving about 90% of those refusals at a reconsideration stage in a matter of weeks without having to go through a lengthy multi-month quasi-judicial process. Now, in terms of the CPP cases before the tribunal, we are adding additional decision makers and taking other administrative measures to speed up the process.
The Honourable Member for York South-Weston.
But behind every one of those numbers is a person, Mr. Speaker, a person who needs to put food on the table and pay the bills. People can't wait years for this government to get its act together. Nearly 10,000 Canadians still waiting for an appeal are living with a disability. In many cases, the uncertainty and stress of financial insecurity makes their medical conditions worse. Will the minister commit to eliminate the backlog and finally give these Canadians the justice they need and deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Yes, I will, Mr. Speaker, which in part is why we have legislation before the House in the Budget Implementation Act, which we hope the NDP will support, allowing us to hire up to an additional 22 decision makers at the tribunal. And I'm very pleased to highlight that the faster informal reconsideration process for refused EI applications means a 90% reduction in the caseload for EI, meaning that we can reallocate those decision makers over to the income security division, meaning that we will get at that backlog of cases so that we can provide the kind of service that Canadians expect and deserve, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. This week, over 100 elected municipal officials are in Ottawa with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities for a meeting called A Strong Canada Will Be Built on Strong Communities. Among other things, they're asking for a significant investment to defuse the housing crisis in Canada. More than 1.5 million families are poorly housed in Canada. That's unacceptable. Will the Conservatives finally listen to the NDP and local leaders and protect federal investments in social housing? The Honourable Minister of State.
Have been working together with the provinces and the municipalities. We've made unprecedented investments in housing. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our investments have helped over 1 million families and individuals with affordable housing. As well, Mr. Speaker, we have our homelessness partnering strategy with a focus on housing first so that we can help people who are chronically and episodically homeless. Actually solving the problem, working together with our partners in cities, municipalities, and the provinces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Representatives of municipalities from across Canada are in Ottawa today calling on the Conservatives to stop ignoring the infrastructure deficit. Decades of downloading and underfunding have left our cities struggling. Crumbling roads and bridges, inadequate water supplies, and an affordable housing crisis. The Democrats are ready to work as partners with municipalities and provide the support they need to build livable communities for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, when will the Conservatives stop shortchanging our cities and commit to investing now in infrastructure and affordable housing?
The Honourable Minister
Mr. Speaker, never in the history of this country, never has a government supported municipalities as much as we have. I understand that makes our colleagues unhappy because they always vote against the infrastructure projects. 76 billion for the next few years. The municipalities have participated since the beginning of this process, and they're happy with it.
Mr. Speaker, despite their claims, the Conservatives don't support the Ring of Fire. Their actions speak louder than their words. The Minister has flatly refused to invest the infrastructure required to unlock the jobs and economic potential of our region, saying we must fight for scraps of a fund the Conservatives already slashed by billions of dollars. Why do the Conservatives continue to nickel and dime Northern Ontarians and play the blame game with the province? Where is the federal leadership this project so badly needs?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
It's right here, actually, Mr. Speaker. We had the Ottawa communities just a couple of days ago, and we remain very optimistic that once the province has submitted its list of priorities for infrastructure projects, which should include infrastructure projects to support the Ring of Fire, we'll be there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, a bridge collapses in Montreal and this government offers a tax break. Public housing built in Toronto by the federal government starts to fall apart. They cut the program. In Calgary, the city gets flooded, roads are washed away, and this government says wait until the budget is balanced before we help. Vancouver needs transit. Halifax needs a water system. Ottawa needs housing, and this list is getting longer and longer. When will this government finally answer the calls of cities and towns across this country? When will they fund the programs now? When will they deliver the money now? Why won't they stand up for Canada's cities and towns?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, to hear that, I remember the years where I was mayor, we had no money from this Liberal government in the past. We had no money from them, and now, under the leadership of this Prime Minister, we have tripled the investment in infrastructure. We will continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver. Order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
What's that? Mr. Speaker, the Western premiers have called on the federal government to be a partner in building the critical infrastructure that they need for getting their products to markets. This government is spending billions on extra tax breaks for the rich by way of income splitting, but refuses to invest in the roads, rails, and bridges that will make our export markets stronger and help all Canadians and the economy. Do the Conservatives not realize their 90% cut to the Build Canada Fund will have a devastating effect out west?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, only for the gas tax fund, all municipalities of the country already have the money available that have been announced all across the country, and municipalities knows that, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to support the development of our economy and supporting the development of infrastructure all across the country in ports, airports, and to help the economy of this country.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, here's what's at stake for Canada in the Ring of Fire. 5,500 jobs, $25 billion in economic activity for our financial services, wholesale, retail, utilities, infrastructure and manufacturing sectors. Full participation of First Nations communities. Ontario's brought $1 billion to the table. An independent development corporation has been set up. Corporate investors are on standby. Time's of the essence. Will the Prime Minister meet with Ontario's Premier by the end of this year, do his job, and support this project of national significance?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
We haven't committed a red cent, and they've set up a development corporation that's not supported by First Nations communities, the private sector, and it's not a policy option for this government as it's currently in its current form. We've made significant investments in the Ring of Fire, and we'll continue to demonstrate our commitment by working with First Nations communities and the provincial government should they identify Ring of Fire as an actual priority.
The honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because of Conservative mismanagement, our Navy now faces a 7-year period with no resupply capacity. The Minister's original plan has clearly fallen through. His promises that the Navy's capabilities would be unaffected are in doubt. So the Minister will soon have before him a number of options to deal with this service gap. Mr. Speaker, can he share with us how much the Conservative government's mismanagement will cost Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
I can share this with the honourable member. Every cent that we have committed to the military, to the Navy, has been opposed by the NDP, so he would know that, of course, Mr. Speaker. But our national shipbuilding project, Mr. Speaker, represents a $36.6 billion investment, which will contribute to our surface fleet for decades. The Joint Support Ship will deliver ships that will replace the Navy's current protector-class vessels, and of course we are considering options that will ensure our Navy can be resupplied in the medium term. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are incapable of carrying out their military procurement plans. It's one failure after another. Because of Conservative mismanagement, the Canadian Navy will have to make do for 7 years without much-needed supply ships. They won't be ready before 2021. Just how dearly are Canadians going to have to pay for such government incompetence? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Clear again. Every cent that has ever been committed to our military consistently has the opposition of the NDP. I mean, they don't want us to spend anything on our armed forces and on our Navy. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've undergone the Halifax-class modernization program to give our frigates new equipment, sensors, and weapons. And, Mr. Speaker, these will have world-class multi-role capabilities. The program is on track, it's on schedule, and we are considering options that will ensure our ships are resupplied in the medium term. Sure.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. For the first time in months, the Minister of Veterans Affairs is going to Quebec City to meet with a group of veterans. But critics of the new Veterans Charter are not on the guest list. And not a single disabled vet is invited. Does the Minister realize that his refusal to listen and his antagonistic approach are precisely what's making veterans so angry that they're boycotting his photo ops? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this week we look forward to meeting with representatives from Canada's major veterans groups. Our government is proud to say that we have had the privilege of meeting with thousands of veterans, including the very people mentioned by the member opposite, Mr. Speaker.
And the honourable member for Sackville.
Mr. Speaker, I want to publicly thank the Department of Veterans Affairs for tweaking the benefit package of the late Corporal Nathan Cirillo so that his family will receive all the benefits to that of a regular person, as he was a reservist. But the problem is, Mr. Speaker, many other reservists, whether they become injured or if they die in the line of duty, will not get the same benefits as that of a regular force person who is injured or dies in the line of service. The major veterans groups, Mr. Speaker, all veterans advocacy groups, the Standing Committee of Veterans Affairs and the Ombudsman have asked repeatedly that reservists who are injured or die in the line of duty get the same benefits as regular force members. When will this government honour those recommendations and do the right thing for the reservists of our country?
Mr. Speaker, our government has directed Veterans Affairs and National Defence officials to provide the complete benefits and programs available to regular force members, to the dependent family members of those two remarkable Canadian veterans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is working to fix the discrepancy for the other reservists killed in the line of duty as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right on. Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, Canada continues to make a significant contribution to the coalition campaign against ISIL. I understand our planes have flown at least 80 sorties and, along with our coalition allies, have significantly degraded the military capacity of this terrorist group. Can the Minister of National Defence please update the House as to the latest activities of the Canadian Armed Forces as a part of Operation Impact?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition to Monday's successful airstrike on a warehouse being used to manufacture improvised explosives, late last night, 2 CF-18 Hornets in a pre-planned mission dropped 4 2,000-pound bombs on an ISIL fighting position in the desert area near Kirkuk, Iraq. These significant strikes, Mr. Speaker, has denied the enemy the use of this position and has further extended the security buffer between ISIL and Iraqi security forces. As always, I congratulate the members of our armed forces on another successful mission. Needless to say, Canada will continue to do its part in the fight against terrorism.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government's attack on the Access to Information Act continues. First, they denied the Information Commissioner order-making tools that she requires to keep this government honest. Now they're cutting the resources she needs to handle investigations. Her budget's been cut by 9%, while complaints against government obstruction are up a whopping 31% just this year. And she says without the adequate funding, she's not going to be able to do her job. Now, maybe this is what the minister wants, so maybe he can clarify. Is he going to continue undermining her work, or is he going to give her the resources that she needs so she can keep this government on the straight and narrow?
Very good. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The independent commissioners of Parliament are responsible for managing the funds in their office, and we expect that this is done in a way that is fair to the taxpayer. If agents of Parliament believe they need extra funding, they should respect the process and make a formal request through a Treasury Board submission. The Treasury Board gives fair consideration to all submissions for additional funding in the supplementary estimates. Currently, the President of the Treasury Board has not received a formal request for additional funds from the Information Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, to muzzle the Information Commissioner, the Conservatives cut her budget by 9%. Last year, the Commissioner spent 99.8% of her budget, and the number of requests keeps rising. They're stretched to the limit. This probably suits the Conservatives just fine, but Canadians are entitled to access to information in a timely manner. Will the Minister respect the will of Parliament, keep his word, stop choking off the Commissioner, and give him the resources he needs to do his job? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, le Commissionnaires indépendants du Parlement.
The Commissioners are independent of Parliament and they're responsible for managing their own budget. We expect that to be done in a way that gives taxpayers value for money. If the Commissioner feels he needs an increased budget, he needs to make a formal request to Treasury Board.
Consideration to all submissions for additional funding in the supplementary estimates, and currently the President of the Treasury Board has not received a formal request for additional funds for the Information Commissioner. And, Mr. Speaker, the government will not negotiate for a request.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, around 100 social groups have condemned the Conservatives' underhanded attack on refugee claimants. Denying social assistance to refugees on the basis of immigration status is denying the most vulnerable among us a lifeline their lives depend upon, especially since many of them can't readily get a work permit. Isn't the minister ashamed to be using a budget bill to stab the most disadvantaged members of society in the back? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. No, Mr. Speaker, we are not ashamed to do our job on behalf of taxpayers. We are providing quality health care to refugees, and we are appealing the decision of the court according to which failed refugee claimants, fraudulent claimants, would get better health care than Canadians. Mr. Speaker, that would be irresponsible, and this government will continue to protect both refugees and Canadian taxpayers.
Talk about responsibility, Mr. Speaker. The UN has called the flood of refugees in Syria, quote, a mega crisis. Just to put it in perspective, if Canada were Syria, it would mean the entire population of Toronto right now would be internally
displaced. Now, the minister was told by his own department that Canada could accept thousands more Syrian refugees. Instead, the minister has accepted just 200. His inaction is inexplicable. It's unacceptable. How can he? Canada could be saving lives right now, Mr. Speaker. Why is this minister not acting?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Franz Kafka rides again. He's clearly taken out a membership card in the NDP. Today, the number of Syrian refugees that have arrived in this country has risen to 1,857. We have surpassed our commitment to government-assisted refugees, Mr. Speaker, and we have met our commitment to bring 20,000 Iraqis to this country more than a year in advance. That's all good news for refugees. That's all something Canadians can be proud of. What the NDP needs to explain, Mr. Speaker, in a crisis where there are millions of internally displaced, millions of refugees fleeing terrorist violence, is why they are not prepared to do a single thing to face up to ISIL and other terrorist groups.
The Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George.
Mr. Speaker, the Small Craft Harbours program has seen drastic cuts in recent budgets, but the latest action by DFO brings into question the very existence of the program. Without consultation, DFO is cutting by half the number of area managers in Newfoundland and Labrador, leaving 8 people in total responsible for 335 harbours and 205 harbour authorities. Volunteers run harbour authorities. They apply for funding to fix aging federal infrastructure and should receive a timely response. Why is this government willing to risk the safety of those who earn a living at sea?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Speaker, our government recognizes the important role that small craft harbours play in many coastal communities, and we do recognize the valuable role that small craft harbour volunteers play in their communities, and we thank them for that. In recent years, we have made unprecedented investments in small craft harbours across this country. In fact, we are investing in Newfoundland and Labrador alone this year, Mr. Speaker, over $30 million in small craft harbours. Mr. Speaker, the region has proposed making some organizational changes to its area office, which will see less being spent on administration and more being spent on actual harbours.
Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Mr. Speaker, the port of Richelieu on Main Street is seriously in need of repair and a long-term plan. At the request of Mayor Roger Doiron, who's here today, I have repeatedly asked the Minister for the funding and the plan. I recently met with Cyril Polchis, a Mi'kmaq fisherman from the Port Authority, who stressed the importance of this port to the community. When's the Minister finally going to do something to protect the port of Richelieu and repair the port on Main Street? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't speak specifically to the plans for Richelieu, but I want to be clear that we have made unprecedented investments in the Small Craft Harbour program. We've increased the base budget by $10 million, Mr. Speaker, and we've invested an additional $40 million over the last 2 years alone. We're committed to working with the Harbour Authority associations and the volunteers because I believe they play a big role in their communities. And, Mr. Speaker, those increased investments have allowed us to invest about $500,000 in dredging and the riding of Beausejour alone.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. According to the Canadian and Ontario Information Commissioners, minority French-speaking communities aren't deriving sufficient benefit from Francophone immigration. Barely 2% of French-speaking arrivals settle outside Quebec. Does the Minister intend to follow the Commissioner's recommendations to ensure that our minority French-speaking communities benefit from the contribution of new Francophone immigrants? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're working on it every day. Last week, I met with the New Brunswick Language Commissioner. We set a goal of 4.4% of immigration outside Quebec that will have to be Francophone by between now and 2018. We're making efforts with the new express entry program. We're trying to mobilize French-speaking immigrants all over Canada so that we have thousands of French-speaking immigrants in all provinces and territories of Canada. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, we need tools to support Francophone immigration to minority communities. The Federation of Francophone and Acadian Communities, for example, wants a change to the Express Entry program to expedite the processing of applications from Francophones who want to settle outside Quebec. Will the Minister heed the recommendations of the official language commissioners and implement the Federation's proposal to encourage Francophone immigration to minority communities, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, it's not just a Francophone part of the program. All immigration is English or French speaking, and we're proud to welcome Francophones in all parts of the country. 30% of the population of Yukon is French-speaking now. We provide services in French all over Canada, and we're making huge efforts to that end in close cooperation with the Federation, the FCFA, and we have a record to be proud of.
Mr. Speaker, the terrorist group ISIL has largely funded its military activities by refining and selling crude oil on the black market. ISIL has profited millions of dollars every day in this way. Yesterday, the U.S. State Department confirmed that airstrikes have eliminated much of ISIL's oil refining capacity and has clearly reduced its revenue. This is clear evidence that despite what the NDP and Liberals have said, airstrikes are reducing the capacity of ISIL to continue committing mass atrocities. Can the Minister of National Defence please update the House on the efforts of our armed forces are making in the fight against these extremists?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Illicit oil sales are a substantial source of revenue for ISIL. That is why we're pleased to hear that the United States State Department said that at least 22 of ISIL's refineries have been destroyed. This means that since the air campaign began, ISIL's refining capacity has been reduced by at least 11,000 barrels a day. Let there be no doubt that airstrikes have significantly diminished the capacity of ISIL to fund its military operations. The RCAF has now conducted over 80 sorties during Operation Impact. As always, Canada will continue to do its part in fighting tyranny and oppression.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, we said this. Bill C-10, that ideological and ineffective grab bag, is excessive and will cause the prison population to swell, particularly in provincial jails, despite an ever-declining crime rate. A study by Le Devoir confirms this. In Saskatchewan, a 10% jump in the prison population in 2 years, 11% in Quebec, and 18% in Manitoba. Will the government offer compensation to the provinces for this increase in the prison population, and will they get rid of the illogical 6-month minimum sentence for possession of marijuana? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
As the member knows, I'm sure, that this is shared jurisdiction with respect to prisons. But let's be frank, it was our government that took the necessary steps to respond to the outcry from the public that we were seeing over very serious and violent and sexual and violent offences. Mr. Speaker, that resulted now in some mandatory minimum penalties. I remind the member opposite, contrary to the public view, that his leader, his party, have pledged to do away with mandatory minimum sentences when it comes to such serious offences as distribution of date rape, drugs, and child pornography.
Mr. Speaker, the mobile ultrasound program has dramatically improved maternal health outcomes for the Anishinaabe Aski Nation in northwestern Ontario. The current sonographer will retire soon. Any replacement will cart hundreds of pounds of equipment to 16 remote communities. This rules out many qualified women. One option is to equip these communities with cart-based scanners at a one-time cost of $15,000 each. Another option spends hundreds of thousands of dollars bringing people to a central location for scans. Will the Minister of Health decide to save money and buy the scanners?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question, and as she knows, we invest very heavily in Aboriginal health on First Nations, but also specifically in the area of maternal health. I'm happy to look into her specific issue and get back to her.
The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Speaker, it wasn't long ago that Liberals were attacking the idea of providing support for families, saying that parents would simply spend the money on beer and popcorn. The candidate for Banff Airdrie has shown that Liberals haven't changed their ways. He recently said that tax cuts are a bad idea because Canadians will spend the money on the wrong things. Can the Minister of Employment and Social Development update this House on the meaningful tax cuts that this government is providing hardworking Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was disturbed, but not surprised to hear the Liberal candidate in Banff say that he was opposed to tax cuts for families because it's handing people money for what? Arguably nothing. Mr. Speaker, that's an echo of the Liberals saying that parents would spend money on beer and popcorn. Yeah. We believe that parents of kids will invest in their children, not on beer and popcorn, not in nothing. This is why the Liberals were opposed to the GST cut. It's why they want to take back the choice in child care benefit. It's why they want to eliminate the family tax cut, Mr. Speaker, because they think Liberals know how to spend money better than families.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Soon it will be the residents of Blainville's turn to lose home delivery. Public consultations made it clear to me that the public won't stand for it. What's more, we now see private companies offering to take over from Canada Post for $30 a month. It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. Is the end of home delivery merely a Conservative scheme to privatize Canada Post? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Nonsense, Mr. Speaker. Canada Post, in its 5-point action plan, in order to turn around its finances, has not proposed privatization. Instead, they've proposed a number of other measures. But it's only that party opposite, Mr. Speaker, who seems to suggest there's no crisis at Canada Post and therefore no need for action on their part. We disagree, Mr. Speaker. They have their 5-point plan and they will carry that out.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, after a stop in Victoriaville, the President of the Quebec Union of Municipalities is continuing her tour of central Quebec today. One of their concerns is the TransCanada's Energy East pipeline and its impact on safety, the environment, and land use. The UMQ said today that the techniques used and the route filed by TransCanada with the National Energy Board are not up to date and don't reflect the negotiations the municipalities had with the company. Can the Minister of Natural Resources guarantee that TransCanada will be required to provide the NEB with the documentation it needs to do its job? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Its communications strategy does not play a role in our decision-making process. The project will undergo a rigorous science and fact-based review to determine if it's safe for Canadians, safe for communities, and safe for the environment. We've been clear. Projects will only proceed if they're safe for Canadians and safe for the environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes the question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Jackson Lafferty, Deputy Premier and Minister of Education, Culture and Employment from the Northwest Territories. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Minister of Foreign Affairs, and pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaties entitled Exchange of Notes between the Government of Canada and the multinational forces and observers constituting an agreement further amending the agreement on the participation of Canada in the Senai Multinational Force and Observers done at Rome on 12th and 14th November 2014, and a second protocol to the Convention between Canada and New Zealand for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income done at Wellington on 12 September 2014. Mr. Speaker, an explanatory memorandum is included with each treaty. Thank you.
Parliament Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 54 petitions.
Wow. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 24th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding memberships of the committees of this House. And if the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 24th report later today.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages excuse me, the following reports of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. 7th report on Chapter 7, Oversight of Rail Safety, Transport Canada, of the Fall 2013 report of the Auditor General of Canada. The 8th report on Chapter 8, Disaster Relief for Producers, Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, of the Fall 2013 report of the Auditor General of Canada. The 9th report on Chapter 1, Public Sector Pension Plans, of the Spring 2014 report of the Auditor General of Canada. And lastly, the 10th report on Chapter 8, Meeting Needs for Key Statistical Data, Statistics Canada, of the Spring 2014 report of the Auditor General of Canada. And pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response for all of these reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Well, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the 24th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented earlier today be concurred in, and that there be no further proceedings in relation to the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and accordingly that notices of motions to concur in the 18th report be dropped from the order paper.
Good idea. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Why, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House reiterates Canada's continued support for freedom of expression and association in Hong Kong, including the right to peaceful protest, affirms Canada's support for the democratic aspirations of Hong Kong residents, for genuine universal suffrage in the election of political leaders, stands with the people of Hong Kong who aspire for democracy, peace, and the protection of human rights, and calls on all sides to exercise restraint during demonstrations, fully respect existing agreements in respect to the one country, two systems principle, and an open and meaningful and constructive dialogue to seek a mutually acceptable plan for electoral reform.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Across Canada, that the House of Commons condemn discrimination against females occurring through gendercide. Mr. Speaker, this is an important petition. Of course, we've witnessed this reported in Canada by the CBC, and of course last year Environics released a poll that indicated that 92% of Canadians felt this practice, discriminating against girls, should be ceased. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions, which I will table quickly. The first is a petition from Albertans in support of the Climate Change Accountability Act, the act which calls on basing government policy on science and holding the government accountable for the actions that it takes on reducing greenhouse gases. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from Albertans, and they're calling on the Government of Canada to take action to support Christians in Iraq and include providing humanitarian aid in cooperation with other nations.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I rise and present this petition on behalf of some of the many Canadians who
point out that not only does Canada have a social covenant with those who have served or are currently serving in the Canadian Armed Forces, but that this sacred obligation has existed for as long as we've been willing to send Canadians into harm's way and must be honoured now and forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to rise today to present a petition signed by hundreds of Canadians supporting our government's Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act. These Canadians are proud that our government is standing up for hunters and law-abiding gun owners through these reasonable updates that will reduce red tape while keeping our community safe. They call on the government to pass the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Whoa! Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it certainly is a pleasure for me to rise in the House today to present a petition from dozens and dozens of people from my community in Nickel Belt. And they wish to bring to the attention of the House of Commons that the fact that multinational seed companies are threatening the ability of small family farmers to produce the food required to feed their families and their communities. Mr. Speaker, on November 12th of last week, of this month, I had a roundtable with about 40 farmers in Verner and Nickel Belt, and these farmers are very, very concerned about the way that this Conservative government is operating with these seed companies, and we want to prevent that.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm presenting a petition of literally hundreds of residents of White Rock in the province of British Columbia who are concerned that based on a notice from the federal government's Department of Transportation, the city of White Rock has shut down the public's open access to the beaches of Semiahmoo Bay without prior public consultation and notice. They're concerned that this will increase the likelihood of risky behaviors of persons trying to cross the railway tracks to the beach. It will cause significant property value drop. It will cause a reduction in business patrons in the Marine Drive businesses and other harms. And so therefore they are calling on the government to direct the city of White Rock to stop further installation of planned fences and immediately consult with the local public, find mutually acceptable solutions, and then collaborate on the sharing costs for controlled crossings of these tracks. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to present a petition signed by literally tens of thousands of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, who call upon Parliament to take note that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer that the world has ever known. They point out that more Canadians now die from asbestos than all other industrial and occupational causes combined, and therefore they call upon the Government of Canada to ban asbestos in all of its forms and institute a just transition program for asbestos workers and the communities they live in, and end all government subsidies of asbestos both in Canada and abroad, and to stop blocking international health and safety conventions designed to protect workers from asbestos, such as the Rotterdam Convention. Thank you.
Honourable member for Mount Royal.
Speaker, I'm pleased to table a petition today on behalf of Canadians who are concerned about the cruel practice of forced organ harvesting by the Chinese regime on vulnerable prisoners, including Falun Gong practitioners. Petitioners call on the government to take measures to stop the Chinese regime's crime of systematically engaging in forced harvesting of Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, to amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, and to publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. Having introduced Bill C-561 to further restrict organ trafficking, I'm pleased to stand in solidarity with these petitioners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I have 3 petitions, but 2 are actually on the same subject, and that is to reverse the cuts to Canada Post. The petitioners, literally hundreds of them, are calling upon this government to reverse those cuts, restore home delivery, as well as look at innovative ways to indeed make Canada Post a viable corporation on a go-forward basis. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, actually speaks to my private member's bill, which is to designate the Friday preceding Father's Day as a National Garden Day. And I can tell you, as a representative part of the city of St. Catharines, which is also known across this great land of ours as the Garden City, how more appropriate thing can we do than actually to celebrate the horticulture industry, but to celebrate part of my riding at the same time and designate that Friday as National Garden Day.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, each year in Canada, 10,000 people die from prescription drugs taken exactly as prescribed, and some 3.5 million Canadians have inadequate drug coverage or no coverage at all. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to establish a committee with the necessary authority, mandate, expertise, and funding to make recommendations to reduce the number of deaths by prescription drugs, and to work with the provinces and territories to ensure all Canadians have a drug plan that covers the costs of prescription drugs and expand catastrophic drug coverage for all Canadians.
The Honourable
Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling a petition signed by dozens and dozens of my constituents who are opposed to the reduction of services at Canada Post. Canada will be the only G8 country that won't have home delivery. Thousands of citizens have mobilized across the country against this, and I support their request. And I'd like to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I have a second petition that I'm pleased to table in the House today. A petition asking for respect for the rights of small family farmers to keep and exchange seeds. That came to me from Ms. Denise Bouillette, who has gathered over 100 signatures in my riding of Bruno Saint-Hubert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 36 to table 3 petitions. The first is yet another petition regarding the devastating cuts to service and huge price increases at Canada Post. I'm also pleased to table 2 petitions on behalf of many concerned citizens regarding the government's serious cuts to the interim federal health program, which has assisted refugees in Canada since the 1950s. Thank you, and I look forward to the government's responses to these 3 petitions.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition concerning the Captain Spirit, and this is a boat. It is a wreck in Lac Saint-Louis, which is part of the St. Lawrence River system. It's been there for 3 years, and it has toxic materials in it. It threatens the environment and the people around it because it is in a potable body of potable water. So I'm asking the Government of Canada to ask the owners of the Captain Spirit to finish the work and do this before the end of 2014. We have less than 30 days left. This boat is in Canadian waters, and it has to be dealt with before the end of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present 2 petitions. The first is from residents of Ontario and Quebec who are noting what is now an increasingly loud and growing concern over the threat to pollinators posed by neonicotinoid insecticides. They're calling for the government to take action to remove the use of these pesticides. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents of the Greater Vancouver area, as well as from Victoria, calling for a permanent legislated tanker ban to ensure that crude oil tankers do not pass up and down the coasts of British Columbia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proud to rise in this House with petitions from people across this country who are pushing for the House of Commons to support Bill C-356 from my colleague from Nickel Belt regarding the need for a national dementia strategy. As we deal with an aging population, the issues of Alzheimer's and dementia can have very, very profound and traumatic effects on not just the person suffering it, but from their families and loved ones. So there needs to be a better system in place. We need to work with our provinces. We need to get the issue of dementia and Alzheimer's involved in a national discussion, and we're hoping that the Parliament will take this matter seriously and support this new Democratic Party motion.
Member for Edmonton, St. Albert.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling a petition signed by over 3,500 residents of Edmonton and St. Albert, calling on this House to pass a resolution condemning the Chinese Communist Party's crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs and amending Canadian laws to legislate against combated forced organ harvesting. It's my pleasure to table this petition. I look forward to the government's response.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had a group of caring constituents come to my office asking me and providing for me some petitions. And what they're doing is they're asking for the government to look at the consideration of adopting international aid policies that would support small family farmers, especially women, and recognize their vital role in the struggle against hunger and poverty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's dealing with
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, questions Q738 to questions Q741 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions Q738, 739, 740, and 741 be made orders for return and they be tabled immediately? Agreed. Agreed. It's ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
And is that agreed? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move, seconded by the Minister of Agriculture, that in relation to Bill C-18, an act to amend certain acts relating to agriculture and agri-food, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government business on the day allotted to the consideration of the report stage and on the day allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Ritz, moves that in relation to Bill C-18, an act to amend certain acts relating to agriculture and agri-food, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government business on the day allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and on the day allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. We will now have a 30-minute question period. The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising with a great deal of sadness for this government. It is the 82nd time that this government is imposing closure on bills that are before this House. This is without parallel in the history of Canada. We've never had a government that is so close to bring in the guillotine and cut off debate in this House. This happens without us even having a chance to discuss this bill. And what is even sadder, Mr. Speaker, is that we also have the government that has the poorest record when we look at bills that have been rejected by the judiciary. At least a half a dozen bills have been rejected by the courts this year alone. So we have a government that shuts down debate, while at the same time we have a government that's making a great many mistakes in their bills. And this costs the taxpayers huge amounts of money, because every time they make those mistakes, they are obliged to redo the bills, redraft them.
It's 82nd time now imposing time allocation and closure. We have a bill where the NDP offered 16 different amendments to fix problems with the bill, bills that farmers have raised concerns about, the increased cost of seeds, Mr. Speaker, the increased likelihood of litigation against farmers, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives have refused to amend the bill and fix these problems. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is very simple. The reason why they're putting forth time allocation is that they don't want farmers to know about the problems with the bill.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a ridiculous assertion. This piece of legislation has been running around in these halls for some 23 years. It's called UPOB 91 because its basis came out of a discussions that led to it in 1991. So there's been decades of discussion around this bill. So for any farm group to say they haven't had time to frame their opinion or bring forward their issues is completely ridiculous. It's had several iterations in this House. I know the Liberals took a couple of runs at it when they were in government for 13 years, didn't get it to this point. We intend to see this put into law, Mr. Speaker. It's the right thing to do. The vast majority of farm groups out there, with the exception of one, recognize the benefits that they will gain from this. It will draw more R&D to this country. It will draw more investment in research. And it's amazing, Mr. Speaker, in that farmers have grasped that they need the best in order to be innovative and to be efficient on their farms. They welcome the passage of this bill. We'll see that it gets done.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've had the opportunity on dozens of occasions to talk about time allocation. And maybe what I'd like to suggest to the government is they take a look at it in terms of to the degree in which they use time allocation. Every time you bring up the motion of time allocation, you're talking somewhere in the neighbourhood of an hour of the House of Commons time. You're getting close to 200 hours, Mr. Speaker, where we've been just talking about time allocation. Time allocation, in essence, is when the government forces a bill through, disallowing all members that want to be able to contribute to the debate on a particular piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. This is something that is a complete record. Never in the history of Canada have we witnessed this. This isn't even the first time for this particular minister, Mr. Speaker. We remember the Canada Wheat Board, even though they denied the plebiscite, which was in law where they were mandated to do the plebiscite, time allocation. Time allocation, time and time again, Mr. Speaker. It's disrespectful for our democracy, and my question is not for the Minister of Agriculture, it's for the government House Leader. And the question quite simply is, why is the Government of Canada so dependent on time allocation in terms of getting its legislative agenda passed through the House? Whatever happened to consensus, cooperation, Mr. Speaker, working with the different stakeholders?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, as I said in my response to my colleague from the NDP earlier, Mr. Speaker, of course, this has been ongoing for 20-some years, the discussions on this. The committee had full hearings, more than 50 witnesses that fully exposed any problems in this bill. We've made a couple of adjustments ourselves as government, an amendment to make sure that the spelling out of being able to use the seed is a little more farmer-friendly than it was in the legalese that was there. But, I understand the Liberals are so lined up and so in a hurry to discuss this bill that I can see everybody lined up behind the member over there from Winnipeg.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the minister could explain the quality of debate that has come from the opposition when closure is not imposed. And I also wonder if the minister could explain why the Conservative Party holds every rural seat west of Kenora.
Order. The Honourable Member from Timmins, James Space, rising on point of order.
Sorry, this is a debate about cutting off the ability of the opposition to ask questions. It's not an opportunity for Conservative backbenchers to lob softballs. Mr. Speaker?
Order. The Honourable Member is correct, which is that the question before the House is related to time allocation, but obviously members often refer to the substance of the bill in their question as well. But I would ask the Honourable Member to quickly put his question so that the Minister can respond. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Sure. I don't know if the member has any problem with backbenchers asking questions, because if he does, his party and the opposition should never ask questions. Anyway, in regard to time allocation, can the minister again explain why we need to do it and do it now and get on with things?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, in the case of this particular bill, and I welcome that question and comment from my colleague from from Manitoba. Certainly there's been years of debate, as I said, over 2 decades of debate and discussion on this particular issue. It's time to put it in play. Canada is one of the very few, if not the major agricultural-based country in the world that has not embraced UPOV 91. There's things in UPOV 91 that actually give farmers more rights and more privilege than they enjoy now under UPOV 78. So that's what we're striving to do, is to bring this up to that level, Mr. Speaker. Certainly there were some concerns from one farm group. Over 50 witnesses came to the committee, had full access to talk about the issues that were in it. That's actually, to us as a government, far more important than listening to the opposition who raised the same points. We'd rather hear it directly from the horse's mouth, those farmers and those investors that will actually welcome this in Canada, so that we can move forward with some new and exciting varieties for farmers to grow.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm always astonished every time the debate is cut off. It's shameful to do that, and at the same time it shocks me. It's the 82nd time that they've done this, and I haven't had an opportunity to speak to this bill, and agriculture is excessively important. So protecting our farmers from legislation preventing them from launching any legal proceedings. Yes, it's existed for a long time, but agriculture is so important, and it's important that we talk about it more at length in this House.
Agriculture. Well, I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker, that we need to talk about agriculture more in this House. It's one of the base industries in this great country. Third largest contributor to our GDP. Our exports are in the $60 billion range. They've gone up exponentially since we formed government, simply because we've gone out there. We've been on the road, the Minister of Trade, myself, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, a number of other ministers, the Prime Minister himself, who's the greatest salesman ever when it comes to agricultural goods. We just had a very successful trip to China. Another $1.5 billion. That's $1.5 billion of new access for commodities into that growing market, Mr. Speaker. So that's the nature of agriculture in this country. It's innovative, it's lean, it's mean, it's efficient, and it needs this type of cutting-edge legislation to allow them to continue to move forward. So it's very important that the opposition actually listen to farmers out there that are wanting to move ahead, not those that want to move back to the 50s when you dug grain out of your bin and stuck it in the ground, but those that are excited about the new varieties out there that give them efficiency, that give them that ingenuity, that edge when it comes to competing with other farmers from the U.S. and Australia and Argentina and Brazil, Mr. Speaker. We need this legislation. We needed it 20 years ago. We didn't get it. We'll get it today, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, for the people back home, they need to understand whenever the minister makes a statement, there needs to be some kind of explanation of what he really means. So when he says that this legislation has been debated for 24 years, well, that's not correct. There has been the issue of UPOV 91, but this bill is an omnibus bill. They stick all manner of issues in this, including the power that they're going to give the minister to make regulations, taking it away from farmers and into the hands of that minister and the cabal that sits with him. And I think that's an issue that needs to be discussed, Mr. Speaker, because when this government continually shuts down debate, they blow it. We look at how many bills that they've passed that have not had proper debate, that have gone and been struck down as unconstitutional. Their recall rate, Mr. Speaker, is worse than the Ford Pinto. Now, if they did their job and showed up for work and allowed us to do our work, they might not look so ridiculous some of the time. But what happens is we go into committee and we bring forward reasonable amendments to defend the interests of farmers so that we maintain that balance, and they strike down every single amendment, as they do in every single bill on every single occasion, including if you point out in a committee hearing that they've actually spelled something wrong, they'll strike that down too. They'd rather be wrong in the most basic things than right on anything. The issue of what we are here to do in Parliament is to debate, is to allow Canadians to hear the issues. People watch this. Sometimes I wonder what they're watching, but they should be able to sit here and know that members from every part of this country are able to talk about an issue, and time after time after time, they've shut down the debate, and the result is they keep coming forward with really fundamentally flawed legislation.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, I completely reject that diatribe, Mr. Speaker, as any clear-thinking Canadian would. The point that we're making here today is, yes, they brought forward some motions, 56 of them, on this particular piece of legislation, each one of them to take a clause out of the bill, each one of those clauses pertinent to UPOV 91. So that's all they're doing, Mr. Speaker, under this smokescreen of democracy, is pulling out the parts of UPOV 91 that are in this bill. We've been 23 years, 24 years getting it to this point, lots of discussions, several bills tried by the Liberals at different times during their reign here, and now moving forward, Mr. Speaker, with farmers, now that they have marketing freedom, now that they're moving forward and having access to other markets in the world, needing new varieties, not just hard red spring anymore, Mr. Speaker, but a lot of utility varieties that are still millable and keep the price down and yet return per acre better to our farmers. That's what we're seeking to do here, Mr. Speaker. What the NDP is seeking to do is gut the bill. We won't allow that, Mr. Speaker. We will put this bill forward. We'll stand it on its merits out there. Farmers will make use of it or not. This does not affect any way, shape, or form any types of seeds that are out there already, the heritage seeds, the predominance of seeds that are out there now. This is only on new varieties going forward as of when this bill is passed. That's another thing that they get wrong all the time, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I have to commend the government. I mean, for first of all, stepping up to the plate and trying to get some modern legislation around, for agriculture. But I think the member from Timmins James Bay is also correct, where they just threw a whole bunch of things in here, and also, and I think and the minister. I mean, we thought in good faith when we started the committee process. He said, "Look, we're very open to amendments," and the reality is none of the amendments were accepted from the Liberals or the NDP. But that being said, the minister mentioned a couple of things, and he mentioned the witnesses. And yes, Mr. Speaker, and I got to commend the chair of our committee too, because he did a great job, and we had a lot of witnesses there. But some of the witnesses came forward, like the canola growers of Canada came forward, and when we're talking about, and I know everybody's focused on UPROF part of it, and it's something that we need to have in this country to have better varieties and go moving forward. But we talked about the advance payments, and the advance payments, the canola growers said, look, it's not enough. The 400,000 is not enough for today's modern farming. The numbers are not enough, so they want an increase. So, we put an amendment forward, and I thought the government in good faith would have changed that, because the reality, it was a loan and it would have worked. The second thing, and the Canadian Cattlemen's Association brought this forward, the penalties. Conservatives have got these penalties in the bill that are pretty high for a farmer, for regulations. And what the cattlemen said was, look, we want government to be like a coach, not a referee, in dealing with our food safety and helping farmers and food production move forward. So I think those two parts of it, I think the government could have listened to some of the opposition amendments, and we could have made a bit of a made in Canada bill here that would have been good for all. And especially the small farmers. I think the small farmers should have been more in there for small, organic, and upstart farmers, which the government really didn't put in there, and they could have did a lot more with this bill. But at the end of the day, the Liberals are going to go with this bill, but I think they could have did a better job of listening to opposition and adding more to it.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, I thank the member opposite for his constructive criticism, but, it didn't surprise me at all that the canola growers would want a bigger program to administer, since they're the ones that administer it. But at the end of the day, only 2% of farmers today hit the $400,000 cap. 2%. So they want me to double it to $800,000 to catch who? The big farmers. And he just made the statement he wants to assure that there's still small farmers out there. So that's what we're doing by maintaining this cap at $400,000. We changed it from $250,000 that was under the Liberals to $400,000 when I became minister, Mr. Speaker. We also made the $50,000 interest-free, $100,000 interest-free, and we added livestock. So we significantly changed this program in the last few years, and to increase it to $800,000, as I said, would only affect 2% of the farmers. So that really was not a constructive amendment. Certainly, I recognize the great work the canola growers do, and I would not be shocked when they come forward and say we want more money to play with. But they don't need it, Mr. Speaker. As I said, only 2% of farmers hit the cap now. On his other point on penalties that the CCA brought forward, unfortunately, there's a bit of a misunderstanding from the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, and the member from Sydney has picked it up, in that the federal government only comes into play post-farm gate. Everything done on the farm, and these were the examples they were making, was on farm. They were concerned about these onerous penalties. That's all provincial level, Mr. Speaker. That's not us at all. So there's a bit of misinformation out there that the punitive side of on-farm animal husbandry could go up. That would be up to the provinces, not the federal government. CFIA, our regulatory agency, only comes into play when it's transportation from the farm gate on through the processing sector and so forth, Mr. Speaker. So a bit of misinformation there.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as we've become very accustomed to, unfortunately, in this House about time allocation, and now this time it happens to be agriculture. I guess we got to sort of spread it around every ministry, make sure everybody gets an opportunity to come and defend time allocation in this place. So now it's the Minister of Agriculture's opportunity. And so even the minister, when he came before committee, actually said, well, the bill actually quite isn't the way we want it to be. We've got to make some changes to it. And so he's correcting about some of the things that are going on in this place when it comes to the amendments because of the process the way it is. But we did submit 16 recommendations that actually we thought would strengthen the bill. The committee decided, the government side decided it's wisdom to vote against them all. And so that was disappointing, to say the least, because the minister said himself that he would send a recommendation and the department would have some changes to it. That actually came about. Turned out to be a very small piece. The dilemma with C-18, Mr. Speaker, is clearly it's an omnibus bill, so there's many parts, moving parts inside of it, some of which we actually like. We have to admit that we do like some of the pieces. The problem is you got to vote for it all, so you got to vote for the parts you dislike more than the parts you like. And so that's part of a problem. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, the minister has said, well, the new Seed Act will take care of the new seed varieties. That's true. UPOV 91 will affect them. But as I said in committee, one of the amendments we tried to make was, what about the varieties that are established today? And when I asked the department this, Mr. Speaker, and the department clearly agreed with me, and they said, if I apply to deregister them, there's a process for the deregistration, and I can get them out of there. If they're not opposed in any way, I could remove them. So the reality is, if I've got a new seed variety under UPOV 91 and 2 old ones, do I want to keep the 2 old ones? I don't make as much money out of them. I don't know if I was a business person, I'd probably be saying, I'll take the new one, thank you very kindly. So the reality was, why couldn't we have made sure that that piece was in there? And there was a number of other things we did as well, Mr. Speaker, which really were unfortunate, didn't get through the committee, and now we find ourselves where they are. And the reality is, the minister made a promise that he'd get it done by August. Last time I checked, it was November. That's no reason for time allocation.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how the member from Welland knew what I said at committee. He wasn't even there. But at the end of the day, I do have a couple of things that I would like to discuss with him. He talks about this bill. We consider it comprehensive. It's 5 different parts and pieces that dovetail in with agriculture. So it's a very comprehensive bill, Mr. Speaker. It's not large. It's several pages long. So I don't see why anybody would have a problem understanding what's in there. He talked about existing varieties, and he's right to that extent. But he said it's so easy for these companies to deregister, which they can do now. It has nothing to do with this bill. But if I, as a seed grower, or I, as a farmer, want to pick up something that the Minister from Foreign Affairs has deregistered, I can do that. It cost me $200 through the Grain Commission. So it's not an onerous project or process. It's been done before. There's a couple of issues with some Durham wheat. I remember a few years ago there was a variety that was deregistered, and when it's no longer registered, you can't put it into the system under the old wheat board. We've made some changes in that regard too, Mr. Speaker. It's much easier to maintain these historic varieties than it ever was before because we don't have the wheat board there saying it's this prescriptive. So this idea that you can deregister and somehow hide that is no longer on. We can actually pull that variety back up for that registry of $200 and keep producing those seed, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my time here in the House, I've noted that the NDP in particular will do anything to delay voting or delay the passage of legislation. I mean, it's in their best interest. They never have to vote on something in that case, and that's particularly true with this bill. And, Mr. Speaker, I bring this up in terms of their Quebec MPs who are representing Quebec farmers who actually want this bill to pass. The NDP has already indicated quite clearly, Mr. Speaker, they will not vote in favour of this bill. So their position is already known. I want to ask the Minister, though, about these delay and obstruct type tactics being used by the NDP. Could he explain to the House and to farmers actually why it is important for this legislation to move forward in a in a reasonable manner, time period, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Canada's not an island when it comes to investment by companies developing new seed varieties. We're competing with a number of other venues around the world, Mr. Speaker. So it's very important that we get this passed. When we started talking about this, and the member from Welland made the point, we were trying to get this through by August 1. We had some transportation logistics that actually took the House time, and I thank them for their help on that. But at the end of the day, we've got to get this passed. We've already seen some significant investments from several groups coming to Saskatchewan, apparently, and developing some of these research farms. We're seeing investments coming through our universities with other people partnering around the world, and that's not a bad thing. The parliamentary secretary also made reference to farmers in Quebec wanting to see this happen. It's not just farmers in Quebec, it's dairy farmers across Canada want to see this happen. They are very supportive of this because they know they need the best new corn and alfalfa varieties to keep the animals under their care, the best genetics in the world, Mr. Speaker, and our dairy animals well fed. And that's what they're requiring of this, those new varieties. So they want to see this done very quickly too, and I can't understand why the NDP continues to vote against supply management.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île.
It's very bizarre for the Minister to talk about supply management because we presented a motion to protect supply management and the government supported our motion. So I think our efforts are made at the right place. But my question is, we're gonna talk about for an hour and we're gonna wait to vote for about an hour. That's like almost a dozen of MPs that could have talked about agriculture and our farmers. So the minister has been talking for the past 30 minutes on how he's proud of our farmers and our agriculture sector, and we're all proud of this. But why is he preventing members to talk about our amazing agriculture sector? And why is he preventing members representing Canadian farmers to talk about this in this House? I would just like to know.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, as I said, in this particular piece of legislation and some of the other parts that are in there as well in this comprehensive legislation, Mr. Speaker, there's been discussions for over 2 decades. So it's well known what everybody's opposition is or what everybody's thoughts are in this regard. So I'm not going to, say that we need to have more debate. The problem is the motions that the NDP put forward that they want to stand here and debate for the rest of time, all they do is gut the bill. They pull UPOV 91 right out of the bill. That's all it does. That's all it does. We're not going to tolerate that, Mr. Speaker. We're moving forward.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of small farmers in my riding, and I discussed this bill with them, and they all said that this bill doesn't really do much for small farmers. Can the minister explain to me one more time why small farmers are being neglected by this bill? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
There's no small farmer or large farmer affected any differently throughout this bill, Mr. Speaker. It's all about economies of scale. Even small farmers need good seed. It doesn't matter whether you're planting a garden or planting 10,000 acres. You need good seed. And you need the best seed that's available out there so you can compete with the farmer down the road or the farmer in the United States or the farmer in Australia. So that's what this is all about. So even small farmers will benefit from this because they'll be able to have access to that best seed.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives are consistent. They always claim that the time is pressing, but we're not responsible for their negligence, their neglect. They've been in office for years. I read the memoirs of a previous Quebec minister, Mr. Jean Garon, who in 9 years implemented a lot of things, consulted broadly with interest groups and so on. So I'd like to know from the Agriculture Minister, what's stopping him? What's he afraid of? Why is he afraid to discuss this bill? It's an omnibus bill. It requires a lot more attention than time allocation would allow for.
Well, I'm always happy to discuss agriculture with anybody, Mr. Speaker, and it's well known in this House that I am the most lobbied minister for a number of years in a row here, simply because we do discuss this with every farm group and every farmer that would care to have a discussion with us. So we're accessible, we're available, we continue to have those meetings, and we will on any piece of legislation that affects farmers, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise really with reluctance to join this particular debate on the time allocation motion because it really is sad. And as a new member in this particular place, I've only had a short time to observe the practices of this House and in committee, but I've seen already a pattern of bringing in time allocation motions, and it reminds me of another government where I had the privilege of spending some time, and that was down at Queen's Park. And I even have, of course, the Minister of Foreign Affairs who was there at that particular time. And it reminds me of the time that particular government brought in the use of time allocation motions hundreds of times. And it really reflects, I think, ultimately a fundamental disrespect for this place and for places of Parliament with respect to ultimately allowing for a fulsome debate. And so I really wanted to ask the Minister of Agriculture, or frankly the Minister of Foreign Affairs for that matter, why they feel that they don't want to allow fulsome debate to take place. As the Minister of Agriculture has already noted, this matter has been around for 23 years. Why not simply allow sufficient time for all those members who want to speak on this particular bill to speak to it?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, I think you just made the point at the end there, Mr. Speaker. 23 years, the points have all been made. No one has changed their mind. The NFU came in many different iterations to committee, said exactly the same thing they've been saying for 23 years. Grain growers of Canada, canola growers, dairy farmers, all the other relevant groups came forward and said exactly what they said. We need to be competitive. We need the best, and we need to move forward on this. Get it done. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We're starting to run government like business. You make a decision and you push forward and you get it done, you implement it, and you move forward. That's what this is all about, Mr. Speaker, is making sure that our farmers have access to those best varieties, have access to the best programming that we can possibly deliver as a government.
Before I put the question, I just wanted to remind members that during a 30-minute debate on a time allocation model or a motion, we do not follow the normal rotation that the majority of the questions are given to the opposition parties, and usually only a couple of them to government members, and that the rotation between opposition parties is proportional to the members who want to participate into the debate rather than simply from one caucus to the other. And so I think there was a little bit of genuine confusion in terms of how it works. But I appreciate the cooperation of all honourable members. And it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forth with the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Ritz, moved that in relation to Bill C-18, an act to amend certain acts relating to agriculture and agri-food, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allocated to the consideration at report stage, and on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Yea. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
order. The question is the following. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Ritz, moved that in relation to Bill C-18, an act to amend certain acts relating to agriculture and agri-food, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of said bill. And that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage and on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favour of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Agluka.
Mrs. Agluka.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Trupe.
Mrs. Trupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Ketty, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Guggen.
Mr. Guggen.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mrs. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweets.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Allen Tibic McNamara.
Mr. Allen the Big McNamara.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hilliard.
Mr. Hilliard.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mare.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mare.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris-Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris-Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Tsabaïssi.
Monsieur Tsabaïssi.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valerian.
Mr. Valerian.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Eichen.
Mr. Eichen.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Yeas pour 140, 140. Nays contre 106, 106.
I declare the motion adopted. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-18, Agricultural Growth Act.
If members who are leaving the House could do so, please, we could carry on. I also wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Et conformément à l'article
and pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Violence regarding Aboriginal affairs, et l'honorable député de HoC.
And the honourable member for HoC on public safety.
Order. Once again, I'd ask if members are leaving the chamber so they can if they are leaving the chamber, please do so we can continue. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor, as always, to stand up in this House to speak on this issue in terms of agriculture, Bill C-18, the issue on plant breeders' rights. It's a great honor for me as well because I represent a very large agricultural region in the Temiskaming and Timmins-James Bay region. what we've seen over the last number of years through the boom-bust economy of farming, forestry and mining is that there's been a growing strength in northern agriculture. In the southern part of my riding, there's known as the Little Clay Belt that extends down through Témiscamingue, Quebec, and over into northern Ontario. That region now is a $91 million a year direct agriculture business with another $111 million in spin-offs in terms of the support organizations, the dealers, the milk organizations that are in our area. There's over 1,000 people now just in the Témiscamingue region alone who are directly implicated by agriculture. So these issues are important to them. I'd like to also point out, Mr. Speaker, that a very interesting transformation in northern agriculture has been happening over the last 25 years in terms of areas that had been opened up to development back at the turn of the last century, and people had homesteaded, but they had found it was very hard and brutal work because of the climate. It was simply not possible to maintain farming over any period of time. So we did have in the so-called upper northern clay belt incredible number of farmlands cleared, but they just couldn't make a go of it. Much of that land was beginning to go back to dogwood and poplar. But we're now seeing a new move back into the agriculture regions in the upper part of Témiscamingue and Timmins-James Bay, Valgagne, Black River, Matheson, up towards Cochrane. So a number of factors have made this possible, Mr. Speaker. Certainly changing climate has affected the north, although I would say this past year we did have a very erratic year that was very troubling for farmers. We're seeing with tile drainage in northern fields, when we put tile drainage in, the ability to actually get a crop off the field quicker and in a more sustainable way actually then makes lands that were less profitable before or less possible to run farms now possible. One of the other factors is, of course, we've seen new breeds of plant varieties that work in the north. And so this is certainly a testimony to research and development. We see our ability now in soybeans and grains, canola is a big market in our region for producers, and we also see corn, something that nobody had ever thought possible before, but we have a large growth in corn. Now, at the same time, there's been a whole change in how people perceive agriculture in the north. We did have, back in the day, many small local dairies because you couldn't transport food very long distances. But there's been a move towards bigger and bigger agriculture, and there was a belief that big agriculture was the only way to go, but we've actually seen in the last number of years smaller producers starting to create the niche markets, the organic producers, the people doing specialty foods that people want. And so this is a question, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the balance, and this is what really cuts to the heart of this Bill C-18, is that as much as we want to have innovative farming, as much as we want to make sure that we are supporting the research and innovation into the new breeds and new varieties that make it possible to expand agriculture in a world where we need to be able to be building our food supply, we're also having to take into account the fact that consumers are making very clear choices, and they want to be heard in the choices that they're making about the food supply, food security, and the food market. It's not good enough to simply say that big is the only way. We now see in our areas where the local farmers markets, people are wanting to buy local. They want to know where their food is from. They don't want to buy, they're willing to pay more for meats that they know are, do not have the heavy kind of hormone treatments. They want to know what they put on their plates. So this isn't, again, the whole food market, but there's a growing segment of the population. So last year in Timmins, we'd never seen this before. There was a march against Monsanto. Concern about very, very large corporate interests and what role they're playing. These are citizens who are saying we want to be part of the decision-making. We want to have choice when we buy. We want to know what's in GMOs. Now, certainly, Mr. Speaker, the GMO issue is a very complex one, and we can't treat the public as though they should be left out of this. This is a right that they have. We see that people are raising their voice about the use of neonicotinoids in terms of pesticides because of the clear damage that's being done to bee populations. So this bill is very important in terms of being able to make sure that that balance is maintained. I think the problem is that we're seeing with Bill C-18 is that it's actually yet another omnibus bill. A whole manner of regulatory changes in agriculture were brought in this bill, and some of these are long-standing, some of these are very needed, but in some areas the government just didn't get the mix right. Certainly with the most striking is on the issue of how we implement UPOB 91, and in terms of balancing the rights of the corporate breeders who are creating the new varieties, that they will be certainly protected very well under this regime in terms of the royalties that they get. And certainly, coming from the artistic community, we see that the government spent no effort to ensure that artists ever get paid for their intellectual property, but very large corporate interests are being paid. And it's not a problem with making sure that people are paid for their research and development. This is what drives the economy, and this is what drives development in Canada. It needs to keep its own in the world. But there's also then the question of balance in terms of the small players who want to have the more traditional agriculture. These aren't hobby farms anymore. These are people who have a direct right to be heard. And the issue of long-standing traditions and rights that people have had with plant saving and plant reuse is a big question. We've seen all over the third world the attempt of the corporate interests to go after in India and other jurisdictions against these traditional rights. So we were trying to find a balance. We came forward with 16 amendments, Mr. Speaker, to actually just fine-tune the language. Some of this language is about protecting farmers from needless litigation, and this was an issue that was raised by the Canadian Federation of Agriculture. They wanted to make sure that producers were not going to be sued, as we've seen down in the United States, for claims of patent infringement with respect to natural accidental spreading of patented plant genetic materials. The ability of a corporation to say that if they put genetic materials into seeds that they won't actually then propagate elsewhere, they cannot make that claim. So farmers are worried if they're using the patented genetic seeds that they'd then be charged with infringement if accidentally these seeds then start to move elsewhere. So we had language clarifying this so that we did not have unnecessary litigation against farmers. That was a big issue. One of the other issues that was a real concern that was raised by many people, Mr. Speaker, was the issue of the farmer's privilege and protecting it. We're actually, under this bill, is it taking out of legislation and putting it into the minister's hands the ability to decide himself what levels of protection farmers are able to maintain in terms of these traditional rights. We don't believe that that's accountable. The issue of making sure that there is some level of mechanism of oversight is about fairness. The fact that the minister can simply rewrite the regulations himself and farmers have to live with it, that's not an accountable system, Mr. Speaker. So these are reasonable amendments to move forward, but unfortunately there's a culture within this government that any attempt to improve a bill is seen as a dire threat. So they just turned down 16 amendments. Not that they had to accept all 16, but they couldn't accept the one. My colleagues in the Liberal Party brought forward amendments. Government would not accept any. It's a standard practice they have. They believe that accepting amendments, even when they know they're wrong, even when they're bullheadedly wrong, is somehow seen as a form of weakness. Mr. Speaker, I would argue that being unable to work with your colleagues is a sign of an immature political personality. The inability to actually take recommendations that are brought forward in good faith. We saw this with the Copyright Act. We saw the government told us, there will be lots of opportunity for amendments, and they struck down every single amendment. And what we ended up with was a fundamentally flawed bill. It was so flawed, Mr. Speaker, that they actually struck down amendments that would have protected the right of blind people to access materials without being threatened as a criminal, and they would turn that down. That's the level. Now, what happens, Mr. Speaker, when you don't listen to others? You end up with failed legislation, and you end up with recalls. This is the problem. This is why we're raising these issues. They were not respected at committee. They need to be heard. Canadians have a right to be heard about the issues of agriculture and food security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Listen with great interest the member from Northern Ontario on his and how much more agriculture is going to be in that area and his interest in the agriculture. And but what's his comments? You know, he mentioned the Canadian Federation of Agriculture. I think he got mixed up with the Farmers Union. But what's his comments when most of the federations of agriculture across this country are in favor of most of this bill? And I realize what he's saying. A lot of amendments that the NDP and Liberal put forward, we would have hoped the Conservatives, you know, could have did some tweaking. But overall, there's so much in this bill that is also good for farmers. And does he think if we never put this bill forward, you know, will we be missing a great opportunity for our agriculture industry?
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had said the word Canadian Federation of Agriculture because it was the Canadian Federation of Agriculture who raised the concerns on patent infringements. That's not to say that they were opposed to the overall bill, but this is about fixing the bill to make sure that it's actually serving the purposes that we are told it's going to serve. And these are the reasonable things that parliamentarians are asked to do, which is to bring forward the problems, to suggest solutions through amendments. We brought this forward as an amendment and clarifying so that people are not needlessly faced with litigation. The government's ignored that, and we think that that's unfortunate.
Question et comment de l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for making a connection with the copyright legislation. And there seems to be something of a bias on the part of the government, a bias in favor of big business. They're going to be able to collect duties, and artists will not be able to have a mechanism to derive the greatest possible benefit from their works. So I'd like to hear a bit more about that. And my other question is, we understand that R&D has to be promoted when new varieties are developed. But where will that R&D take place? Does this bill provide any kind of mechanism that will help Canada benefit from R&D in that area? Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleagues asked a couple of very important questions. In terms of making the comparison, when we saw the copyright bill, the government was focused on mistakenly believing that if you just lock down content, you will protect corporate rights. The issue here was about protecting the revenue streams for artists so that they could continue to innovate and create. Through cutting the mechanical royalties, the Canadian industry lost about $30 million a year. In terms of the cutting of the private copying levy, that would amount to another $35 million a year that's taken directly out of the hands of the creators themselves, the people who actually, Canadian entertainment in Canada and Quebec is one of the greatest exports we have. Our artists are known internationally. Without that seed money that they can make a go of it, people are actually having to give up. The other issue we're seeing now is with streaming, where the streaming royalties are so abysmally low that many artists are just saying that they cannot make a living, where Canada is a leader in this. So in terms of supporting development, we totally support this. The question is what support is this government going to give for research and development to maintain in Canada, as opposed to just paying Monsanto down in the United States? We'd like to actually see a commitment to research and development of the new varieties right here in Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-18, the Agricultural Growth Act, fully deserves the support of this House. Proposed legislation is both timely and necessary so that Canada's agriculture industry continues to produce safe and nutritious products and remains competitive in the global markets. My support for Bill C-18 rests largely on the latter, on the legislation's potential impacts on the global competitiveness of Canada's agriculture and agri-foods industry. This bill is designed to modernize Canada's agricultural legislation and encourage innovation in the sector. I think it's fair to say that most Canadians take for granted just how globalized agriculture has become. 2 generations ago, few Canadians had ever eaten a mango or an avocado or tasted international cuisines. Today, international foods are all available at neighborhood supermarkets. Agriculture and agri-food has become a major component of international trade. Billions of dollars worth of food products are traded around the world. And Canada is a star in the industry, with up to 85% of this country's food production being exported for some commodities. The rise of trade in agri-food products presents several challenges to countries such as Canada, with food safety leading the way. How can we ensure that products from other countries, which don't necessarily have the same standards for food safety as we do, won't jeopardize the health of Canadians? The answer lies in international agreements and conventions, a complex set of negotiated rules based on sound science. The legislation is now before us proposes to modernize the regime that governs Canada's trade in this sector. Consider, for instance, the current approach regulating farm animal feed. The current regime specifies national standards for the composition, safety, and effectiveness of end products, known as end products controls. These standards are not, on their own, always sufficient to assure safety of feeds. Canada's trading partners, along with our competitors, such as the United States and the European Union, have already or are in the process of implementing more comprehensive and effective regulatory systems for animal feeds. These systems follow an approach as hazard analysis and critical control point, or HACCP. Rather than focus on end products, the HACCP approach involves identifying exactly where and when problems are likely to occur in production processes, taking specific actions to prevent these problems, and then carefully monitoring the documenting the results. HACCP-based systems are now standard in most Canadian food production facilities and help ensure Canada's food supply remains among the safest in the world. As the international standards pertaining to animal feeds evolve, so too must Canada's, particularly since this country exports so much of its production. Emerging markets such as China and Russia, for instance, have begun to adopt systems-based requirements for imports of animal feed. Under these systems, producers must obtain licenses if they want their feeds to enter the country. And to obtain a license, they must register with and be certified by the appropriate government agencies. The United States released new rules for animal feed production and import, which requires facilities to be licensed. The Agricultural Growth Act proposes amendments to existing legislation that would promote the safety of agricultural inputs, such as animal feed, through licensing or registration of feed and fertilizer manufacturers. Bill C-18 would align Canada's relevant legislation with that of our international trading partners. It would also help our feed and fertilizer industries maintain access to key export markets such as the United States. The proposed legislation would enable Canadian Food Inspection Agency to license or register the fertilizer and animal feed operators and facilities that import or sell products across provincial or international borders. Farmers who produce fertilizer and feed only for their own use on farms or sell locally would not be subject to the new rules. Mr. Speaker, this nuanced approach is just one of the ways that the proposed legislation effectively balances the interests of producers, farmers, exporters, and consumers. Another way that Bill C-18 balances these interests is that the legislation would require the development of regulations in consultation with stakeholders. In other words, the specifics of the regulations, such as timing and certification, would be informed through a collaborative exercise with those who would be most affected. Mr. Clyde Graham, acting president of the Canadian Fertilizers Institute, said that at SCARF, and I quote, "The federal regulatory system served the industry well for 50 years. It has ensured a science-based and consistent regulatory environment for fertilizers and supplements, which emphasize the principles of safety and efficacy for all products. That being said, the fertilizer and supplement industry supports new provisions in the bill that enables tools such as incorporation by reference, licensing, export certificates, and acceptance of equivalent foreign scientific data." End of quote. Bill C-18 would also address the challenges of international trade in agriculture in a way that meets the needs of Canada's plant breeders. In 1991, countries around the world ratified a new convention, the International Union of Protection of New Varieties of Plants, known as UPOV 91. UPOV 91 is the current international standard for plant breeders' rights. More than 70 countries, including Canada, rely on UPOV to fulfill their obligations to protect plant varieties under the World Trade Organization. However, Canada is one of only 2 developed countries, UPOV members, whose legislation does not comply with UPOV 91 standard. The legislation now before us would amend the Plant Breeders' Rights Act and bring Canada's legislation up to date, but also better align our regulatory regime with those of many of our key trading partners, including Australia, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, and the United States. Mr. Speaker, what plant breeders develop is a form of intellectual property. Plant breeding is an intensive process that requires significant investment of time and effort. It typically takes 10 to 12 years to develop a new variety and bring it to market under Canada's current laws. Plant breeders' rights are protected for 18 years. Bill C-18 would extend this protection to 25 years for trees, vines, and a few other plant categories, and to 20 years for all other crops. Proposed amendments to the Plant Breeders' Rights Act would also benefit Canada's agricultural industry in other important ways. They would, for instance, encourage investment in plant breeding in Canada and give farmers access to more variety of seeds developed in this country or abroad. Mr. Speaker, our government heard from stakeholders about needing to improve the language to make it absolutely clear that storage of seed is included in farmers' privilege. We now have an amendment to Bill C-18 that addresses this key issue. With this in mind, I'd like to address the 56 amendments that have been proposed by the NDP and the Greens. These amendments have net resulted in tearing the heart of the bill, killing this great piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, as a result, I cannot support those amendments, those 2 motions. But Bill C-18, especially now in its revised form, deserves support. We need this bill as it stands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Obviously, aside from the aspects of this bill he discussed, we have to come back to the fact that we are studying an omnibus bill, a massive bill. It talks about agriculture, but it has been time allocated, so there's very little time to debate it. And you know, Mr. Speaker, if there is something that is clear to Canadians, and I saw this once again at the Industry Committee, whereas certain witnesses confirmed that the way that the committee was reviewing the Budget Implementation Act was a flawed process. They confirmed that to us. So what I would like to ask my colleague is, why does he condone this time allocation on debate? And why does he condone, unfortunately, the possibility of seriously examining amendments in committee? Why is his party closed to any proposals from the NDP?
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. You know, it's interesting. You know, I sit on the Agriculture Committee, Mr. Speaker, and we had an opportunity to hear many, many witnesses from the NDP's sources, from the Liberal sources, and from farmers and organizations right across the country, Mr. Speaker. And I have in front of me a wad of very, very positive comments from these individuals. And, of course, what we needed to do is to make sure that, in fact, we get this legislation in place. And we know the objective of the NDP is to stop any legislation that we would like to have before the House. And as the Minister said earlier, it's really important. You know, this House needs to act like a business. Put forward the plan, make sure you got it developed, and then implement the plan. And that's part of that process, Mr. Speaker, to make sure we get that bill done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In past years, there have been drastic cuts to the funding of agricultural research. Public research on plants has brought a great deal to Canadian agriculture and is essential in order to continue research Can the member confirm that support for public research into agriculture will not be impeded by this bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting, as part of the Agriculture Committee, we studied growing forward too, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you that there has been hundreds of millions of dollars put forward for research. And we do that, Mr. Speaker, not just as the government of Canada, not just through Agriculture Canada, but also with partnerships from organizations who also put in funding so that they can get the research done to get the products that they want so that they can compete in the marketplace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I listened attentively to the speech, and the question that I would have for the member is this. I have also heard from a lot of farmers in Saskatchewan and Alberta, and what they're deeply concerned about is this government actually lacks commitment to agricultural research. The government, in its wisdom, got rid of the community pastures and shut down all the agricultural research stations. So I wonder if the member could speak to that, their commitment to developing better seeds and better crops. Why on earth would they have moved to shut down the very enterprises that support the medium-income farmers and where a lot of our very valuable research has been conducted over many decades?
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. You know, and it's not true what she's saying. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we do have some ongoing research stations, and in fact, just down the road from my riding, Mr. Speaker, is the station at Lethbridge, and I know that they are doing some fantastic research. It's our facility, and we are pouring money into that, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that, in fact, products are available to farmers so that we can market them globally, and that Canada remains the most competitive country so that we can get our products to market so the farmers can get their money and spend it so that they can, in fact, buy more tractors, more cars, more trucks, Mr. Speaker. This is a huge investment that we're making, and we need to see this move forward for the farmers' benefits. Thank you.
We gotta go.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, for close to 50 years of my life, I was a farmer. I started to spend my summers farming when I was a student and during the fall as well. Then I studied at Laval University in agriculture, and then I worked in that area in different sectors, but especially in ornamental horticulture. The riding that I represent, Shefford, has encompasses three types of very specific regions. In the west, it is the St. Lawrence Plains, which are very rich. The earth is very rich, and there are very large farming companies, in addition to private research centers, where corn and soya is cultivated, as well as different grains. Those are the most fertile lands in the region. Now, as we travel eastward, we see a lot of nurseries where they produce fruiting plants, berries, and a very large nursery that produces trees and shrubs. So you will understand that this bill affects this type of production considerably. Now, in the center of my riding, there is the city with its industries, and as we travel back eastward, we come upon traditional farming centers, for example, hay with different animal breeds, and small agricultural properties where there are dairy producers, people raise veal and cows, and it is very diversified. There is also pork production, which is very present in my region. in addition to being produced further east, because it is associated with grain production. There are mega producers in that area which cultivate lands, produce grains, and they have mills to grind these grains in order to feed their animals. Now, those large farm producers that are used to having their seeds and are used to selling them year after year, are they going to be able to use their own seeds as they have done for a very long time without being harassed by the multinational corporations? I'm wondering about this. And listen, I'm talking about farm producers who have thousands and thousands of hectares, and they are among the 3 or 4 largest pork producers in Quebec. So are they going to have that opportunity to use their seeds? I'm just wondering about that. And this bill, I cannot support this bill, in fact, because it does not explicitly protect farmers or the public, and it leaves too much discretionary power in the hands of the minister. So let's talk about the discretionary powers of ministers. Since 2011, we have seen the discretionary power placed in the hands of the ministers with regard to Air Canada. How about Canada Post? Discretionary power in the hands of the minister as well. Well, how about employment insurance? And I think that this bill is going to favor large companies. Now, if you look at employment insurance, it is the government that pockets all the money, and there is very little income that is, or benefits that are paid to individuals. How about copyright, for example? I'm an author. I've written a number of books on horticulture, and I can tell you that authors take no money home at all. It is the publishers and editors who are protected by that copyright law. So is it going to be the same thing with C-18? That is the very philosophy of the Conservatives, to protect what we call the establishment. But for the average Canadian, there is no protection. Year after year, for decades and decades, we have in my riding, my farmers replant the same varieties, for example, garlic. Now, if you buy garlic from a grocery store and plant it, well, it won't work because it's not adapted to the region. But there's a garlic farmer in my region who has developed a variety, a strain, over several decades. So is he going to get this strain stolen by other people, this plant breed by other people, and have to buy it back? If, for example, if a multinational orders 100 heads of garlic and plants them and then claims that it's at its own plant breed, is that going to happen? There are greenhouse producers as well in my riding, a number of them. And there again, there are certain greenhouse producers who produce organic varieties, organic plants. So are these people going to be harassed as well by an inspector from some company, and are they going to be fined? So that is the problem, is these rights are being turned over to multinational corporations, but what rights do individuals have when it comes to protection from these multinational corporations? In France, the law protects the multinational corporations to such an extent that companies who sell seeds to individuals have no more rights. For example, Cocopelli, which is a seed producer, is constantly suing large seed producers. Is that what we want? Do we want to give a lot of trouble to these small producers? I know small producers who have collected heritage seeds, heritage varieties, on the north shore of the St. Lawrence. They collect these heirloom varieties that they produce themselves or that they have bought through catalogs. Now, do these ancient heirloom grains, are they going to be protected by this bill? Well, for example, they find an ancient variety of a tomato. The company, the multinational, changes it just a little bit. They license it, and then they'll say that the actual heirloom variety resembles too much at theirs. So that's copycatting, and I know about that. I have had a website for many, many years, and there are many people who have said, I copied your pages, or they accuse me of copying their pages. But no, I had the proof that I had not copied these websites. But in the horticultural sector, for example, will we be able to protect ourselves from abuse by multinational corporations who want to steal these plant breeds? This belongs to everyone. And all those companies are trying to steal these varieties. What I find problematic with this bill is the large seed producers are being protected, but there is no protection for small producers. If I have 10 different kinds of tomato plants, and then if someone comes along, says, well, is that a variety that comes from us? So individuals need to be protected as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, and I don't know him very well. He's not on Agriculture Committee, but he seems to be very knowledgeable about growing of many things, and I'm sure he represents a lot of farmers from his riding. This must be very difficult for the NDP, especially the Quebec members, to vote against this tonight, because so many of the representatives from Quebec that came forward are in agreement with this bill. And the horticulture people came to us, and they said there's a great opportunity with this bill for them to be able to have varieties and new products that maybe we could sell around the world. And it was of great interest when I heard him talking about the garlic varieties and tomato varieties that he has in his riding. But wouldn't he see that there is some of this bill, and I don't agree with the whole bill, but isn't there some of this bill that would give a great opportunity to some of his horticulture producers to be able to get those varieties and develop them and sell them all over the world?
The Honourable Member for Genet, for Shefford. Now, in the process of creating a new plant variety, there's a procedure that is called certification. Now, certification costs a fortune. In fact, it costs an arm and a leg, as we say. So, imagine if you create a nice new horticultural plant variety, and you try to have it certified. Well, it could be bought by anyone, and then that person, and this is kind of like copyright, the person who actually created the variety won't get any money at all.
L'honorable député de...
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière.
Pour son discours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, my colleague also raised an issue about the powers that the minister is potentially being granted through this bill. And you have to say that this is a manner of proceeding that we have faced with almost every bill that's come through this House at the committee level. And that is to say, to go through regulatory means and be able to do a lot of things under the radar, as it were. So I'd like my colleague to talk a little bit about the way that the Conservative government tends to proceed and how that might threaten the general interest, because it can be too easily subjected to particular interests. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Yes, well, let's talk about ministerial discretion, because when it suits them, they talk about it, but when that's not the case, they don't. So putting discretionary powers in between the hands of a minister without having any balance to that to protect the person, you know what I call that? I call that dictatorship. I call that absolute power. We have a government that has that tendency to want to put absolute power in the hands of various people, ministers, where the means to remedy those decisions are non-existent. Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and indeed an honour and a pleasure for me to illustrate to this House our support, not only mine but certainly our party's support for Bill C-18, the Agriculture Growth Act. First, Mr. Speaker, let me express not only my appreciation but the farmers in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and I believe the majority, the large majority across Canada, to the Minister of Agriculture with his foresight and action to bring this bill forward, and the work that the Parliamentary Secretary next to me has done to get it to the committee. And I also want to thank the committee. The committee has worked hard to get this to a form in which it is in today so that we can move the industry of agriculture forward. You know what? I think at one time or another, all of us have read the sign, if you ate today, thank a farmer. In fact, I have a few of those in my office. I have one that surrounds actually a license plate on one of my vehicles. That's an important sign. It's an important sign as a consumer and as a farmer, as a dairy farmer and a cash cropper. It raises the importance of not only what agriculture is, but the importance of food. But as parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, I believe we need to do more than talk. We need to express more than just saying thanks. And I need to ensure that farmers and the industry as a whole, they have the support of this effective legislation. Before I focus on the main element of the bill, I would like to address the amendments that have been proposed by the opposition members. They have been a combined, if you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, 56 amendments put on the order paper that, in fact, would meet their objective to gut the bill and take away all of its effectiveness. Mr. Speaker, I won't, our party won't, we will not be able to support those types of motions. In fact, I urge everyone with the legal head on their shoulders not to support it and to move forward in adopting this great bill. In fact, what it would do, should we start to approve that, the gutting of it, would turn the clock back on agriculture about 25 years. We're not prepared for that, and I believe the country is not prepared for that. So Bill 18 proposes broad controls to ensure the safety of Canada's agriculture inputs, allowing the license and registration of fertilizer and animal feed operators and facilities that import and sell products across provincial and international borders. That's, of course, in addition to the current system, which registers feed and fertilizer now individually product by product. But licensing and registering facilities and operators is a more effective and timely method for verifying that agriculture products meet and surpass, in many cases, Canada's stringent safety rules and other standards. It's also, Mr. Speaker, is important because what we need to always make sure that we do is we align ourselves with our major trading partners to help that our feed and seed and fertilizer industries maintain access to those markets, and especially with our closest neighbor, the United States. But being able to maintain those access, just for your information, means that exports in the agriculture industry can mean up to 85% of what we grow. That's an incredible high number, Mr. Speaker, and what it actually means is that 1 in 8 jobs in this country are related to agriculture and the agriculture industry. So the Agriculture Growth Act proposes to keep these jobs safe and secure. And they can only do this, Mr. Speaker, by modernizing our current and antiquated legislation and also by improving Canadian access to the latest farming technology. Mr. Speaker, exports are a part of the solution. But, Mr. Speaker, and what we grow here is just the other part. You may recall that during the last Parliament, Motion 460 was debated in this House, and it read that in the opinion of the House, the government should ensure that, that production management tools available to Canadian farmers are similar to those of other national jurisdictions by considering equivalent scientific research and agriculture regulatory approval processes by Health Canada, by the Pest Management Regulatory Agency, and of course by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Mr. Speaker, when I put that motion forward, I put it forward and it was adopted by the House. Unfortunately, I was glad that it was adopted, but it didn't get a help from the NDP party, which I find strange. It's clear that they don't support the idea. But you know who does support it? Farmers. And who is fulfilling the promise to farmers? Our Conservative government, Mr. Speaker. During the 2011 federal election, Conservative Party platform said, like other business people, Canadian farmers want access to the latest innovations to succeed in the global economy. Unfortunately, there's long and burdensome approval processes imposed by the federal government are preventing Canadian farmers from obtaining the best fertilizer, pesticides, veterinary drugs available on the market. We will revise current approval processes to allow for international equivalencies of such products. We will eliminate needless duplication. We will be protecting our national sovereignty and maintaining highest safety standards. Well, Mr. Speaker, and what did the stakeholders tell us about this during the committee, Mr. Speaker? Well, the President and CEO of the Canadian Association of Agriculture Retailers, for example, in October 2014, allowing the CFA the opportunity to use data that is sourced externally to Canada, not having to be reproduced, and to use data that is from a country that is considered to be equivalent to the standards of Canada is, I think, a significant improvement in the terms of allowing the CFIA the freedom to operate and reducing the administrative burden of recreating the data that would already be acceptable in terms of identifying the safety and ability of the use to use the product in Canada. Mr. Speaker, our bill does this. Indeed, we have such strong belief in this idea that Sections 57, 67, 77, and 96 of C-18, the Agriculture Growth Act, implement this idea. The amendments proposed in Bill C-18 will provide the CFA with stronger tools to fulfill its mandate to protect Canada's plant and animal resource base. The changes will provide additional reassurance that imported agriculture products meet the Canadian requirements. Those are strict requirements, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-18 is part of our government's strong agriculture agenda, and I'm not alone in seeing Bill C-18 as a key milestone for Canada's agriculture sector. Grain Growers of Canada, Seed Trade Alliance of Canada, Canadian Horticulture Council. Oh, Mr. Speaker, these are only a few of the many agriculture organizations anxiously waiting for the proposed legislation. New, stronger border controls for agriculture products are urgently needed. C-18 responds to that. It will give inspectors from CFIA the authority to have imported shipments of feeds, fertilizers, and seeds that do not meet requirements. Those are legal requirements, Mr. Speaker, ordered out of Canada. That would be similar to the current treatment of imported plants and animals that do not meet those requirements now. Canadian farmers will benefit because they would be competing on a level playing field with the international counterparts. That is so important because Canadian consumers would benefit from a strengthened food safety regime. So, Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, to be clear, CFIA already takes action to seize illegal animal feeds, seeds, fertilizer, and related products. Bill C-18, however, proposes to update that as we do this. In some cases, under the current process, seizure of illegal products is followed by a lengthy and costly court proceedings, and at that time, Canada must pay to dispose of those illegal products. So you can see that being able to order the products out of the country becomes a much more efficient and a much more practical procedure. At the same time, Bill C-18 would give CFIA inspectors giving the inspectors the ability to allow the importer to fix the problem at the border, and if there's no safety concerns, and if the inspector can be certain that the issues will be addressed. So, Mr. Speaker, it's an honour and a privilege for me to make this presentation on behalf of our government on C-18, and I look forward to addressing any of the questions or comments that may come forward. Thank you very much.
Question commentaire. The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague, the chair of the Agriculture Committee, for his comments. And let me just put on the record, and I believe I might have said it the other night, but I'll say it again on the record today, that I thought he chaired admirably when we actually looked at C-18. I thought there was a good balance of witnesses. It's his ability to chair is one thing. My ability to try to convince the other side to accept amendments is my responsibility to do. And I have to admit that I wasn't quite as successful as I'd hoped. Well, quite frankly, in baseball parlance, it's called an offer. In other words, 16 up and 16 out. And so that happens in life, Mr. Speaker. But clearly what we did and what the chair actually asked us to do was to study it in a professional manner, and we did that. Presented some very professional pieces that we thought were amendments to bring forward. But where I take a slight bit of issue with the chair is when he says these amendments that take out UPOV 91 out of this particular bill that are before us now would leave us, eons back in time. Well, that's not quite true. We go back to UPOV 78, which we have today. So everyone is regulated under UPOV 78 today. They've been fairly successful, and I would suggest to the chair, respectfully so, that farmers in this country have done very well, and so should they. They've worked extremely hard. So as much as it doesn't actually get to UPOV 91 if we take it out, UPOV 78 would be there. So I think the chair overstates perhaps, and I recognize in this House sometimes we all stretch a bit, because clearly we still would have a UPOV agreement. It just would be UPOV 78.
Honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, that's a great thing about how this bill has come forward, and I want to say, as chair of the committee, my appreciation very much to all the members of all parties, and how this was addressed, and how we move forward on the bill. Certainly, were there amendments? There were, and as I mentioned before, those amendments that came forward were very much to take away from what this bill's objective was and what the farmers in Canada were telling us. I want to, and to my colleague in terms of UPOV 78, that's my point. It's 25 years ago. Agriculture is not about 25 years ago. Agriculture is about now and looking forward, maybe 25 years, not going back 25 years. And so all of our trading partners are involved with UPOV 91. All of the industry people just about that came and talked to us all said we need to move forward for the protection of agriculture and its sustainability.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I got to agree with my colleague from the NDP that the member is doing an adequate job on the Agriculture Committee. But no, No, seriously, he's doing a great job, and sometimes it's difficult when you're, with government and you're in the chair and you're supposed to be fair to all. But there was one thing though during the many presentations, especially from the organic farmers, small farmers, there is a concern there. There's a concern that there's not a lot in this bill for them, and there is a concern that some of their rights will be taken away, and I'm hoping that that's not going to be the case here. But on that point, my two questions to the chair would be: does he see that we have listened to those small farmers that came forward, number one, and does he see the merit in this committee just trying to help these smaller growers that are really are a big part of the increase of agriculture in Canada, in the upcoming committee business to sit down and take serious their concerns and how we can help them grow, move forward, and be a big part of our production in Canada?
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. We have 1 minute remaining.
Mr. Speaker, and actually, I want to thank the member for asking it, because it is a great question, and it's one thing about it, he's been consistent in his questioning. And so how does this help small farmers? Actually, the whole issue around UPOV 91 is being able to allow seed to come in from other countries to be used and be protected in Canada. One of the things about Canada is that it is very big in geography, very small in numbers. And one of the things that we have, and it was part of what my bill M460 was about, is that we need to make sure we align ourselves with countries that have the same standards as us, so that when we bring in those seeds, which will help the small breeders, because we always don't have that breeding in Canada. But they will now, whether it's horticulture or small farmers or organic that has special seeds in many ways, they now will have the opportunity to bring those seeds in from other countries that have the same high standards that we do.
Before we go to a resuming debate, I'll let the honourable member who's up next, the honourable member for Winnipeg North, know that there are only about 7 minutes remaining in the time allocated for debate on this particular question. I'm sure the member will be disappointed to hear that, but nonetheless, that is what we have in front of us. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
I suspect to have it continue on, it would probably be denied, so I won't ask for the leave. But I will pick up on the point that the member just made reference to in terms of Canada is a vast land. And you take a look at our population of around 35 million, but land-wise, we produce the best, I would argue, food in the world. And if you take a look at all of our agricultural production as a whole, it's safe to say that it's estimated in and around 80% of all of the food that we produce here in Canada goes to foreign markets. Canada is very much so the breadbasket of the world, and our potential is so great. And I think that when we look forward, and this is why, when you look at many of the Liberal Party's policies, you'll find one of the ones that I often refer to is the area of trade. We recognize the value of trade. And when we take a look at our agricultural communities, and for me, being from the prairies, I would suggest the breadbasket of Canada, at least in good part, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, it's through trade that we're going to be able to increase additional opportunities or generate the types of jobs into the future, but also, I would suggest to you, provide good quality food, consumable products, not only here in Canada, but around the world. The Liberal Party's agricultural critic has done a wonderful job in terms of taking this bill from its origins, bringing it into committee, and even bringing forward amendments to the legislation, Mr. Speaker, recognizing that we believe that our farmers, in particular our small farmers, need to have a strong advocate here in the House. And the critic has done that, Mr. Speaker, in ensuring, and even the chair of the Agricultural Committee has just put on the record in terms of his consistency in being there for our small farmers. And that is something in which I know he takes at heart, because we had him in Manitoba. We had a wonderful tour of a chicken processing plant where we actually have thousands of birds being processed every day. and then being distributed all over Canada, Mr. Speaker, far beyond our Manitoba borders. This is a realization of jobs and economic activity and some of the best product, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you, in the world. You know, our leader has asked us to go out and communicate with Canadians. And a big part of that for me personally, Mr. Speaker, in responding to what my leader wants us to be doing, is to go out and meet with other farmers. I made reference in the past to the dairy farm. You know how important supply management is to Canada and our economy, and ensuring that we have good quality dairy products and many other products, Mr. Speaker? Well, I had taken the opportunity to take a tour of a dairy farm, just to get a better sense in terms of supply management and the positive impact that it has here in Canada in providing and protection in terms of good quality product and protection for our farmers and so forth. Mr. Speaker, when you take a look at Bill C-18, it's all about, and one of the Conservative speakers mentioned, in terms of the international markets and where it is that we in order to be able to achieve success at our international markets, we have to make sure that our industry is going in the right direction. That we have to have the regulations that are important, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that of quality. Consumers, no matter where they live in the world, if it has a maple leaf associated with it, they can count on it being of world quality, Mr. Speaker. Consumers all around the world will pay even that much more knowing that it's coming from Canada. Nowhere more, I would suggest to you, is that more significant than in the area of wheat, an area in which I have had the opportunity in different capacities to be able to witness its success. You know, driving on Highway 2 or number 1, and you see rows of combines harvesting in the fall time tons of wheat. Now, I could talk a little bit about the government's inability to get that product to the Pacific, to get onto those empty ships, but that's for another day, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you that it's a great sense of pride that our farmers have in terms of the production of food. It is something in which, Mr. Speaker, many of us take for granted. We go to a grocery store and we buy the consumer products that we need. But it is our farmers that is actually putting it on our tables. And I don't think we give them the recognition or enough recognition or the recognition that they deserve. And that is something in which we believe within the Liberal Party in terms of acknowledging the important role that our farmers and our stakeholders, those many industry reps that came before the Agricultural Committee to make presentation, Mr. Speaker, that wanted to improve the bill. The Liberal critic brought forward several amendments. Unfortunately, they didn't pass because the government wasn't open to actually seeing amendments passed, as the New Democratic Party also attempted to make changes. But what the government doesn't recognize, Mr. Speaker, is that, yes, overall this is a good bill, but the bill could have been better. And had they listened to what the different stakeholders, including opposition critics, were saying, that we would actually be debating and ultimately passing a better bill, Mr. Speaker. So with the leadership that's been demonstrated from our critic, we will, in fact, be supporting Bill C-18 as it comes to a vote. But on that note, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to the government that they could have done better. As one of the members across the way has just heckled, Mr. Speaker, he is right. They could have done better. So it is a lost opportunity, Mr. Speaker, but it's good to see that we are at least moving forward. Maybe next time, Mr. Speaker, maybe under a different administration, we'll even see more progress, more protection for our small farmers, better quality product for our consumers. And, Mr. Speaker, this is something in which we want to strive for because we recognize the importance of the agricultural industry to the Canadian economy. It
being 5:45 p.m., pursuant to an order made earlier today, It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the report stage of the bill now before the House. The question is on motion number 2. A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 3 to 5 and 7 to 52. A negative vote on motion number 2 necessitates the question being put on motion number 6. So this is now motion number 2. Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Madame Brassot, moved that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 2.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Order. The question is on motion number 2. A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 3 to 5 and 7 to 52. A negative vote on motion 2 requires the question to be put on motion number 6. So this is motion number 2. Mr. Alan Wellen, seconded by Madame Brassot, moved that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting clause number 2. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julie.
Mr. Julie.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdiere.
Madame Laverdiere.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Back to Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mort.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mort.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Miss Charlton.
Miss Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Mayala.
Madame Mayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sanders.
Mr. Sanders.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tabaïsi.
Monsieur Tabaïsi.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comart.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de la Belle.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond
Ms.
East.
Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitpreis.
Mr. Breitpreis.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Ketty South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warlock.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gettypo.
Mr. Gettypo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Allen Tibic Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen DeBick Mactaquac.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Totes.
Mr. Totes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hilliard.
Mr. Hilliard.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Eiching.
Mr. Eiching.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Pacetti.
Mr. Pacetti.
Yeas pour 82, 82. Nays contre 174, 174.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare motion number 2 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 3 to 5 and 7 to 52 defeated.
La mise au voix porte sur la motion.
The vote deals with motion number 6. Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Ms. Brasso, moves that Bill C-18 in Clause 5 be amended by replacing line 4 on page 7 with the following. The right referred to in paragraph 5, 1G cannot be modified by regulation and do.
Pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. No? No. Correct? I declare the motion defeated. No? Do I say yes? No? Oh, yes. Okay. All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Tourmel.
Madame Tourmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Droguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandhu.
Mr. Sandhu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tibaïs.
Monsieur Tibaïs.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Bourg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comart.
Mr. Comart.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Mr. Bensky.
Mr. Bensky.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Valerian.
Mr. Valerian.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Finley Haldeman
Ms.
Norfolk.
Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central North.
Mr. McKay Central North.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Western Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
This is a glue cat.
Mrs. Agluka.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge
Mr.
Mission.
Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crampins Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampins Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwalk.
Mr. Warwick.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Allen Tebek Mactaquan.
Mr. Allen DeBick McTequah.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast to the Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky
Mr.
Country.
Weston, St. John.
Mr.
Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspin.
Mr. Aspin.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman. Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVol.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin. Yeas pour 112, 112. Nays compte 144, 144.
I declare motion number 6 defeated. Mr. Ritz, seconded by Ms. Rempel, moves that Bill C-18, an act to amend certain acts relating to agriculture and agri-food as amended, be concurred in at report stage with further amendments. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Que tous ceux qui s'y...
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les oui, là.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebed.
Mr. Lebed.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
This is a glue cap.
This is a glue cap.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightkreitz.
Mr. Brightkreitz.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Trupe.
Mr. Trupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poirier.
Mr. Poirier.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kemp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Kemp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Brave.
Mr. Brave.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Kamarnik.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Allen Tibic McTaquah.
Mr. Allen DeVic McTaquah.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr.
Mr.
Cotler.
McKay Scarborough Goodwin.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilbert.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Ike.
Mr. Ike.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Dubois.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Mr. Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julie.
Mr. Dooley.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdiere.
Madame Laverdiere.
Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms.
Ms.
Leslie.
Davies, Vancouver East.
Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mort.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mort.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet
Monsieur
Jourdain.
Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquet.
Monsieur Choquet.
Mr. Sandy.
Mr. Sandy.
Madame Sela.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Tsabaïs.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Borg.
Madame Bourg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Monsieur Nunez Melo.
Monsieur Nunez
Monsieur
Melo.
Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stafford.
Mr. Stafford.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce
Madame
Lachine.
Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de la Belle.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Ah, Madame Perrault.
Et Madame Perrault.
Yeas pour 174, 174, nays contre 82, 82.
I declare the motion carried. And when shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred reported division on the sub-amendment of the motion to concur in the first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Madame Brassot.
Ms. Brassot, seconded by Mr. Chicoine, moved that the first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, presented on Thursday, March 27th, 2014, be concurred in.
Monsieur Lemieux, appuyé par...
Mr. Lemieux, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following.
The Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, presented to the House on Thursday, March 27, 2014, be not now concurred in, but that in view of the subsequent conclusion of negotiations on the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement and its final text having been published, the report be referred back to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food with instruction that it amend the same so as to recommend that the agreement represents an appropriate balance between creating opportunities for agriculture and food exporters and maintaining the system of supply management. And therefore, Canada's free trade agreement with the European Union should be implemented as negotiated. And the sub-amendment on the motion of concurrence of the committee report, Mr. Rabina, seconded by Mr. Caron, moved the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding after the word negotiated the following.
And the committee only report back to the House following the introduction in the House of Commons of all implementing legislation and the announcement by the government of all transitional measures, including financial compensation.
Celle relative à la compensation financière. La mise en voix porte.
The vote is on the sub-amendment. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Davies Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Davies Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mort.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mort.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Greguet.
Madame Greguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sanders.
Mr. Sanders.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tibaïs.
Monsieur Tibaïs.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de la Belle.
Mr. Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Ms. Foot.
Ms. Foot.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilbert.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilbert.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubout.
Monsieur Dubout.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Western Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
This is a Glucac.
This is a Glucac.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poitier.
Mr. Poitier.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr.
Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albert.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trotsky.
Mr. Trotsky.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Camarnick.
Mr. Camarnick.
Mr. Crampons Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampons Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gettypool.
Mr. Gettypool.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Allen Tivic McIntyre.
Mr. Allen the Big McIntyre.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to the Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lison.
Mr. Lison.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Devole.
Mr. Devole.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Yeas pour 113, 113. Nays contre 143, 143.
Je déclare le sous-amendement.
I declare the sub-amendment defeated.
The next question is on the amendment. The question is as follows. Ms. Brassot, seconded by Mr. Chiquen, moved that the first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Thursday, March 27, 2014, be concurred in. Mr. Lemieux, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Shall I dispense? The first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food be presented to the House on Thursday, March 27, 2014. Ne soit pas adopté maintenant, mais que...
Be not now concurred in, but that in view of the subsequent conclusion of negotiations on the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement and its final text having been published, the report be referred back to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food with instruction that it amend the same so as to recommend that the agreement represents an appropriate balance between creating opportunities for agricultural and food exporters and maintaining the system of supply management, and therefore Canada's free trade agreement with the European Union should be implemented as negotiated, and the committee only report back to the House following the introduction in the House of Commons of all implementing legislation.
Adopt the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. LeBel.
Mr. LeBel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Ketty, South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Allen Tubik McNaquay.
Mr. Allen Dubic McNaquay.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, City Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lison.
Mr. Lison.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Fall.
Mr. Fall.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Valerian.
Mr. Valerian.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Ike.
Mr. Ike.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Tous qui s'opposent à l'amendement.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Wellens.
Mr. Alan Wellens.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc Lassalimard.
Madame Leblanc Lassalimard.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Ravignan.
Mr. Ravignan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Nantel.
Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquet.
Monsieur Choquet.
Monsieur Sanders.
Monsieur Sanders.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mr. Tobias.
Monsieur Tobias.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Board.
Madame Board.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Yeas pour 172, 172. Nays contre 84, 84.
I declare the amendment carried. The next question is on the main motion as amended. The question is as follows. Ms. Brasso, seconded by Mr. Chicoine, moved that the first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented to the House on Thursday, March 27, 2014, be not now concurred in, but that in view of the subsequent conclusion of negotiations on the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement and its final text having been published, the report be referred back to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food with instruction that it amend the same so as to recommend that the agreement represents an appropriate balance between creating opportunities for agriculture and food exporters and maintaining the system of supply management, and therefore Canada's free trade agreement with the European Union should be implemented as negotiated. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion telle que...
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion as amended?
Que tous ceux qui...
All those in favor of the motion will please say yea.
All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond
Ms.
East.
Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poitiers.
Mr. Poitiers.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge,
Mr.
Mission.
Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Ketty, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warrawah.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gettypool.
Mr. Gettypool.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Allen, Tibic, Mactaquah.
Mr. Allen de McMactaquah.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, City Sky
Mr.
Country.
Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lison.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Toast.
Mr. Toast.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. DeVoe.
Mr. DeVoe.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valeria.
Ms. Foot.
Ms. Foot.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cotton.
Mr.
Mr.
Cotler.
McKay Scarborough Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilwood.
Mr. Cousin.
Mr. Cousin.
Mr. Eichen.
Mr. Eichen.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Back to Madame Saint Denis.
Madame Saint Denis.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laveltière.
Madame Laveltière.
Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Davies Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Davies Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc La Salimard.
Madame Leblanc La Salimard.
Mr. Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr.
Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Lebel.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tsabaïs.
Monsieur Tsabaïs.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Monsieur Nunez Melo.
Monsieur Nunez Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce à Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce La Chine.
Mr. Bensky.
Mr. Bensky.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Miss May.
Ms. May.
Madame Pirot.
Madame Perrault.
Yeas pour 173, 173 nays contre 82, 82.
I declare the motion as amended carried. La Chambre procédera.
The House will now proceed to taking a deferred reported division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-608 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Ms. Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Ms. Sella, moved that Bill C-608, an act respecting a national day of the midwife, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. All those on my left who are in favor of the motion, please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Martin.
Monsieur Nunez Melo.
Monsieur Nunez Melo.
Back to Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce à Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce La Chine.
Mr. Bensky.
Mr. Bensky.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Quatrième rang.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Lebel.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tsabaïs.
Monsieur Tsabaïs.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Troisième rangée en faveur.
Third row in favor.
Fire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cotton.
Mr. Conklin.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Ike.
Mr. Ike.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Second row on my left in favor.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalimon.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalimon.
Mr. Toole.
Mr. Toole.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Mr. Charlton.
Mr. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Premier rangé à ma gauche.
First row on my left in favor.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North
Mr.
Delta.
Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
All those at my right in favor, please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Allen Dubic McNaquan.
Mr. Allen the Big Mactaquah.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Asper.
Mr. Asper.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lison.
Mr. Lison.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Fourth row at my right in favor.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith.
Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gedipool.
Mr. Gedipool.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Troisième rangée en favor.
Third row on my right in favor.
Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr.
Mr.
Armstrong.
Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Renville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Row at my right in favor.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poilier.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Wall.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie, South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Ketty, South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Jacques.
Mr. Jacques.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
First row on my right in favor.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody West Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Western Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Ms.
Ms.
Ambrose.
Ambrose.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond Solis.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Those at my left who oppose the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Quatrième.
Fourth row.
Qui s'oppose. Troisième.
Third row who are opposed.
Second row. First row opposed. All those at my right who oppose the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row.
Yeas pour 255, 255. Nays contre, nil, aucun.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Au Comité permanent de la santé.
This bill is now referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
I wish to inform the House that because of the delay, there will be no private members' business hour today. Accordingly, the order will be rescheduled for another sitting. Have a good night. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening to pursue a question that I initially asked on the 10th of October. And I intended this question to the and it was responded to by the Minister of Environment. It's been catalogued tonight under Aboriginal Affairs. It really touches on a number of key questions. It touches on energy policy, it touches on environmental impacts, and it touches on First Nations rights. And the issue is that of the proposed Site C dam. Now, this dam, when I asked about it on October 10th, the federal government had not yet rendered a decision in response to a joint federal-provincial panel that reviewed the project. This is an extraordinarily large mega project. Just for people who are perhaps not aware of it, British Columbians certainly know about it. It is expected to top $8 billion in costs. It will flood over 5,550 hectares along an 83-kilometer stretch of the valley. It's an extremely controversial project, and the question I asked on October 10th related to the opposition to this project from Treaty 8 First Nations in Alberta, as well as to the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and BC First Nations as well. Now, within a few days of when I asked the question, the federal government did give its commitment to approve the Site C dam. The interesting thing that I think we need to focus on here, and I hope that the opposition, whoever speaks to this from the Conservative benches will respond to this particular concern, which is that I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Environment has indicated that he will be responding. That's very good news indeed, my dear friend. But here's the problem. The Joint Environmental Review Panel found, as a matter of fact, that there would be significant environmental damage which was not capable of mitigation if Site C goes ahead. As well, the panel found that there was significant damage to the exercise of traditional and First Nations rights, including rights for fishing, rights for hunting and trapping, and other customary uses of the land, which could not be mitigated. Now, this runs directly contrary to First Nations treaty rights and to the rights that are protected through the Constitution. Furthermore, the nature of Aboriginal rights and title has been consistently upheld in the Supreme Court of Canada. What happened since the government approved the project is that several First Nations have now taken the matter to court, as have residents within the area. So the Treaty 8 First Nations, the Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation, the Mikisew Cree First Nation, both of which are in Alberta, as well as Treaty 8 signatories in northern British Columbia, have launched lawsuits against this project. Their contention, and I think it's unassailable, but we'll see what the courts will say, is that they were never adequately consulted. Site C is simply not needed. Even BC Hydro admits that it doesn't have a need for the power that would be generated for Site C, not for quite some time. The Joint Federal-Provincial Panel was also clear that the economics of this project are dubious, put the province into debt, and the province had failed to adequately consider, and that BC Hydro had failed to adequately consider, other forms of cleaner generation, which numerous economic studies say will provide more benefit for British Columbia, and particularly for the First Nations involved. It's a matter of respecting First Nations that we say no to Site C.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member's question from October 10th deals with a matter that is now before the courts, so it would be inappropriate for me to touch on certain details. I can, however, use my allotted time to speak about the review process for the Site C Clean Energy Project and the potential benefits if the project proceeds. Mr. Speaker, Site C underwent a rigorous review by an independent panel that was jointly established with British Columbia. The environmental assessment met the requirements of both the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act 2012 and the BC Environmental Assessment Act. As Canadians expect, we avoided duplication and delivered on our goal of one project, one review. Public hearings were held in the Fort St. John region of British Columbia. The process included extensive, meaningful, and respectful consultations with First Nations. The process drew upon federal and provincial scientific and technical experts. The process provided an opportunity for experts outside government to weigh in and provide a variety of information, both for and against the project. The panel explicitly recognized the effective engagement of the public and Aboriginal groups. The result was a thorough and comprehensive report that has informed the positive environmental assessment decisions of both governments. Mr. Speaker, the federal government is committed to making environmental assessment decisions based on the best available scientific evidence and to balancing economic and environmental considerations. This is what we have done for Site C. Construction of Site C would translate into about 10,000 direct person-years of employment until 2024, and when indirect and induced jobs are added in, that figure, Mr. Speaker, climbs to 29,000 person-years of employment. This project would benefit future generations. Site C would support jobs and economic growth through clean, renewable, and dependable energy over the next 100 years. Over the life of the project, Site C would help mitigate the growth of greenhouse gas emissions in Canada by preventing the discharge of between 34 and 76 megatons of CO2 equivalent. It is now up to the Government of BC to make an investment decision. If the project does proceed, British Columbia Hydro will be obligated to fulfill specific conditions, including the implementation of mitigation measures identified by the Minister of the Environment. A failure to do so would be a violation of the federal law. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the House that the legally binding nature of these federal conditions is a result of legislative changes passed by this House in 2012. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary. The Joint Environmental Review, Federal, Provincial, and Site C, was quite scathing in its findings of the lack of economics on the BC Hydro's projections. It also was very clear that there was going to be massive environmental damage, loss of farmland, and the report was anything but unequivocal. It clearly stated that there would be losses that were not capable of mitigation. As to the claims that Site C is anything like renewable or green, large-scale hydro facilities of this type are specifically not included globally in terms that would be applicable to renewable energy. The state of California, for instance, in its renewable definition, wouldn't include a project of this size. This is a damaging, non-renewable, non-green project. On the other hand, a number of studies, such as by KPMG, by a number of other economic think tanks, have looked at the alternatives in green tech and other renewable energy that could have been put forward instead. Clean Energy BC, as the Association of BC Independent Power Producers, has made a compelling case that we don't need Site C.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is protecting the environment while supporting economic growth. This project will provide thousands of direct and indirect jobs and provide clean, renewable energy for the next 100 years. Of all the possible ways to generate energy, this project would have the lowest level of greenhouse gas emissions. The project underwent a thorough, independent review and extensive consultations with the public and Aboriginal groups. Mr. Speaker, I'm amazed to see the member oppose this project. Maybe it's because they'd rather see a job-killing carbon tax. I'm not sure.
The honourable member for Hunsik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I am participating in this late show following a question I asked of the Minister of Public Safety on radicalization of young Canadians. There's violent, and I wondered what they intended to do in terms of prevention. And I had indeed asked, because it's very important, that they allocate a specific budget to deal with this phenomenon, which is being seen more and more often in our society. So according to a report of the Department of Public Safety that goes back to earlier this year, but therefore very recent, the government knew that there were more than 130 people from Canada who were abroad and had links to terrorism. Unfortunately, Syria is the very most popular destination for these kinds of extremists, as we call them. And there are some 6,000 such people in the country who are of this ilk. So we estimate 130 of them are Canadian, and that's a modest estimate. They're also in Iraq. The government will know that there will be at least 93 people who came back to Canada after having traveled abroad for various reasons related to terrorism. Therefore, this is a situation that's very much of concern. We saw the government table a bill on terrorism. We have also seen policies and bills on dual citizenship, and I'd like to talk to you about a young person with whom, I spoke with this person's mother, and this mother is a good person. She's a Canadian. Her son, Damien Clermont, is 22 years old, born in Nova Scotia, in a Catholic Acadian Francophone household. He traveled abroad when he was 17. He had anxiety problems, and he converted to Islam. He did that in the beginning. It was normal. He was very comfortable with it, and then afterwards he became radicalized. He left. He went to Syria, and he died in Aleppo in a battle. This young person is an example. It's a tragedy It's an example of what we see more and more often. I could tell you about the Gordon brothers. I could talk to you about many young people. What's tragic is that the bills that are being tabled currently will do nothing to change this situation. Daniel Clermont is an Acadian. He doesn't even have dual citizenship. It doesn't change anything in his mother's life to see this kind of bill tabled. What victims want, what the families of these young people want, is prevention programs. This woman is fighting, indeed, so that we can have this kind of program to help other families, to help other young people. And that is what I'm asking the government for, a program with funding to work with families and young people on prevention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, and I would also like to thank the member from HoC for providing me with this opportunity to highlight our Conservative government's commitment to combating terrorism. The government's approach to violent extremism is clearly articulated in this year's public report on the terrorist threat to Canada. I think the member actually referred to that report. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our government has taken strong action to combat radicalization, with this being a key pillar of our counterterrorism strategy. Additionally, the RCMP has developed a Countering Violent Extremism program, which consists of working with local law enforcement partners to prevent individuals from engaging in terrorist or other criminal activities. The RCMP's Countering Violent Extremism efforts complement our counter-terrorism approaches designed to disrupt individuals who have mobilized and are committed to further criminal action. But, Mr. Speaker, there are in fact many facets to countering terrorism. Our Conservative government has a strong record in this area. We have in fact given law enforcement new tools by making it a crime to go overseas to engage in terrorist activities. We have given authorities tools to strip Canadian citizenship from those who engage in terrorist activities. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, despite what we hear in the House day after day from the opposition, we have increased the funding for our national security agencies such as the RCMP and CSIS by 1/3 since forming government. But, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately we have not found opposition support for any of our past measures. Most recently in this House we introduced new measures to allow our national security agencies to better track threats to Canada. Although the record of the NDP support on any of our legislation for combating terrorism is zero, I certainly hope that the member opposite will encourage her newfound friends in the NDP to take a tougher stand, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to terrorism and how we want to keep Canadians safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hunsik. Mr. Speaker, after the attack that we had on Parliament, and following what happened in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, where 2 soldiers lost their lives, the RCMP clearly stated that it needed resources in order to be able to do its job. So the government will have to stop hiding behind the RCMP, saying that the RCMP is also carrying out prevention programs. Yes, they do an excellent job, the RCMP, but it's not necessarily their job to provide prevention programs. They can do as best they can, but they are in charge of dealing with these people. There are organizations that are dedicated to prevention, but they don't have the means to do what they would like to do. So in the same way as we were able to put money forward to have prevention programs to help prevent people from joining street gangs, that's the same way we should act here. We don't want to wait till more young people become radicalized. We want money to be put into a specific budget to do this prevention work with young people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
As I have said, our Conservative government is committed to addressing the problem of radicalization to violence. We will continue to take action to keep Canadians safe from radical and violent terrorists. It is why we passed the Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act, and it is why we passed at second reading just recently the Protection of Canada from Terrorists Act, in fact just yesterday, Mr. Speaker. It is also why we passed the Combating Terrorism Act, which would make it an offence to travel abroad to engage in terrorist activities. On closing, Mr. Speaker, it is important to note, although this member has brought this topic to the House tonight to debate, this member has not supported a single measure that this government has put forward to combat terrorism. Perhaps this may help explain to her constituents why she has now chosen to join the NDP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted, and consequently the House is adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.